got the Shining posters again here. There's Jack Nicholson. Cookie. And they fixed the typo here. In Silent Hill 2, it says Brookhaven Hospital, which they fixed for SH3. It actually does say Brookhaven. Okay, we're here. Let's do it. Oh my god, straight into fucking anxiety. Jesus Christ. The breathing of the nurses here, it always gets to me. Let's get our map. There are a bunch of different types of medicine, but none of it looks useful. I guess I should just leave it all alone. Lock is broken. Oh yes, it's time for Stanley. I almost forgot. Oh! There's a memo posted on the fridge. Food only, do not store drugs. I wonder if it's okay to store health drinks in here. Looks like it. Free health drink. It's a medical record or something. It's for this Leonard guy. Yeah, so that's why we're going here. It's our only thing to go on. Vincent told us to go to the hospital and search for a guy called Leonard. And that's all we know. Who is this Leonard guy? How does he relate to what's going on? Why do we even want to see him? I guess it's our only lead. I guess right now we're just hoping Vincent is a friend of ours and he's on our side. Could this be the same Leonard that Vincent was talking about? Room S12, presenting mild audio-visual hallucinations, emotional instability, obsessive ideas. Suspect mild schizophrenia. Will continue observation. Basically calm and cooperative with a strong sense of justice. However, according to reports, becomes very violent when overexcited. The other one is for Stanley Coleman. Room S07. Usually passive and cowardly, also egotistical. Sometimes shows and acts on obsessive attachment to a particular woman. This has caused violent incidents. Use caution. There's stuff written on the whiteboard, but none of it really matters to me. There must have been kids here too then. I played with dolls like this when I was a child too. It really takes me back. Okay, let's see what she says about the doll after we read the note next to it. This day has finally come. That's right. The day when you and I will meet. I was always thinking of you here in this gloomy cell. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. And haven't you been waiting for me too? That's why you came to rescue me. Oh, how I love you, Heather. I want to give you my prize doll I made to commemorate our meeting, the start of this everlasting love. Ah, I can already see your smiling face. Stanley Coleman. Disgusting. I won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. So it's actually very easy to miss the first bit of dialogue that she has about the doll. You know, how it takes her back to her childhood and how she has, you know, how she remembers playing with dolls just like this. If you read the note before interacting with the doll, you'll never get to hear that. You'll never get to see that. So this is our introduction to Stanley, who we just read about in that previous area, along with Leonard, a patient. One of the patients here. It's just a flower pot, nothing special. I don't know what kind of plant it is. No. Oh my god, turn around. Jesus Christ. The organization has me shut up in here. They mean to break my will, to make me forget about all that. But I'll stay sane even if they throw me in here with the lunatics. How about if I stick this to the wall? That would be worthless. You can peel it off, can't you, with that junk those nasty wenches won't stop using. If a thing has no meaning, there's no reason for it to exist at all, just as you exist for me. But why haven't you taken my doll with you? Ah, my gift must have embarrassed you. How cute you are, Heather. Stanley Coleman. Okay, the dolls are our gift, I see. There are a lot of things stuck to the wall. A cookie, a toothbrush, a spoon, a Christmas card, a clock. Whoever it was probably used glue. But why do this in the first place? Treasured belongings? Treasured items? A little scarab looking thing there. Little beetle. There's a key glued to the wall. I'd love to take it with me, but it's really stuck tight. I can't even pull it off. No. A stag beetle? I don't know. The elevator works right from the beginning. And in Silent Hill 2, you have to go on a whole journey to be able to use the elevator. I need to turn on the light. The lock is broken. I can't open the door. Love the sound here. You may not yet have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously. And so you're trying to get closer to me. That's a virtue, the path to paradise. If the door is locked, open it. Use the password for the prison gates. Doctor, I've forgotten his name. Anyway, that quack has it posted. He should be here too. I mean, 4 numbers would have been good enough, but he kept on going. Isn't it a shame? I'm not there. Aren't you irritated? I long for you, but you're so cruel. Still, I want you, Heather. Stanley Coleman. Oh, man. And if you think that's creepy, you haven't seen anything yet. There's a typewritten memo posted here. What's this supposed to mean? Pure eyes, blue like a glassy bead. You are always looking at me, and I am always looking at you. Ah, you're too meek, beautiful, unspoiled. Thus I'm so sad I suffer, and so happy it hurts. I want to hurt you and destroy myself. What you would think if you knew how I felt. Would you simply smile, not saying a word? Even curses from your mouth would be as beautiful as pearls. I place my left hand on your face as though we were to kiss. Then I suddenly shove my thumb deep into your eye socket, abruptly, decisively, like drilling a hole. And what would it feel like? Like jelly? Trembling with ecstasy, I obscenely mix it around and around. I must taste the warmth of your blood. How would you scream? Would you shriek, "It hurts! It hurts!" as cinnabar red tears stream from your crushed eye? You can't know the maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses. So many of them I've lost count. As though drinking in your cries, I bring my hopes to fruition, biting your tongue, shredding it, biting at your lips as if tasting your lipstick. Oh, what euphoric heights I would reach, having my desires fulfilled like a greedy, gluttonous cur. I long, too, for your cherry-tinted cheeks, tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. I would surely be healed, and would cry like a child. And how is your tender ear? It brushes against my cheek. I want it to creep up to my lips so I can sink my teeth into its flesh. Your left ear, always hearing words whispered sweet as pie. I wanted to hear my true feelings. I never lied, no, but I did have my secrets. Ah, but what must you think of me? Do you hate me? Are you afraid? As though inviting you to the agony at the play's end. If you wish, you could destroy me. I wouldn't care. As you wish, you may destroy me. I wouldn't care. And a keypad. So, at first you might think, oh, this is another message from Stanley. Just another little message from Stanley. And then it takes a sharp turn into something much more grotesque than the diary entries we've been reading so far. Though it still seems like it's probably written by him. But what makes this particularly disturbing is that this is a puzzle to be solved. We need to deduce what the code is for this door from this. So what is it? How do we figure out a string of numbers? How do we get a string of numbers from this? The whole thing revolves around what Stanley is doing to us, or whoever this person is. They go into detail regarding all the things they're doing to our face, placing the left hand on our face, then suddenly shoving the thumb into our eye socket, like drilling a hole. What would it feel like? Like jelly, trembling. I mix it around and around. How would you scream as red tears drip from your crushed eye? The maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses. Then he moves on to biting the tongue, shredding it as if tasting the lipstick. And then he moves on to the cheeks after that. I long for your cherry-tinted cheeks, long and tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. I would surely be healed and would cry like a child. And then he moves on from the cheek to the ear. So you can see that there's a running theme with all the different parts of her face, from her eye to her cheek to her ear to her lips, her left ear, specifically her left ear. So what you need to figure out is that the keypad is her face. This is the face. That is the key to the puzzle. So 8 would be the mouth, 5 would be the nose, 4 and 6 the cheeks, I guess, or the ears. One and 3 the eyes, 4 and 6 the ears, 7 and 9 the cheeks, 8 the mouth, the nose. I think this might be my favorite puzzle in Silent Hill out of all the games, just because it's so twisted, you know, turning this love, just this twisted, obsessive love letter. How they incorporate it into the puzzle like this. There's just something really disturbing about it that I love. The ambient sound here is just pitch perfect too. The note we read from Stanley as well here is a bit more disturbing than his others that we've been reading up until this point. You may not yet have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously. And so you're trying to get closer to me. Pure eyes, blue like a glassy bead. You are always looking at me, and I am always looking at you. I think that's another hint that, you know, you're looking at the puzzle. You're looking at the keypad. You're face to face with it. Ah, you're too meek, beautiful, unspoiled. Thus I'm so sad I suffer, and so happy it hurts. I want to hurt you and destroy myself. What you would think if you knew how I felt. So all of these ones that don't relate to what he's doing to the face are irrelevant with regards to the puzzle. We only need to focus on what he's doing to our face and the order that he's going in. Would you simply smile, not saying a word? Even curses from your mouth would be as beautiful as pearls. And this is where it begins. This is where the puzzle actually begins. I place my left hand on your face as though we were to kiss. Then I suddenly shove my thumb deep into your eye socket, abruptly, decisively, like drilling a hole. So the first number is going to be one of the eyes, which is either going to be number 1 or 3. And what would it feel like? Like jelly? Trembling with ecstasy, I obscenely mix it around and around. I must taste the warmth of your blood. Would you scream? How would you scream? Would you shriek, it hurts, it hurts? A cinnabar red tears stream from your crushed eye. You can't know the maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses. So many of them I've lost count. Let me go back. So the fact that it is his left hand on the face is probably a hint that it is her right eye. You know, just if you're thinking how someone would naturally place their left hand on someone's face with their thumb, sticking the thumb into the eye. I mean, they could awkwardly move the hand around and stick it into the left eye, but you would think the right eye would make more sense. However, the first number is not actually 1, because we have to take into account what happens afterwards. I place my left hand on your face as though we were to kiss, then I suddenly shove my thumb deep into your eye socket, abruptly, decisively, like drilling a hole. And what would it feel like? Like jelly. Trembling with ecstasy, I obscenely mix it around and around. I must taste the warmth of your blood. How would you scream? Would you shriek? It hurts, it hurts. As cinnabar red tears stream from your crushed eye. So the red tears are then streaming from number 1 on the keypad down to number 4. And this is where we get our first number from. This is where this piece of the puzzle ends. It doesn't just stop at him, you know, sticking the thumb into the eye socket. No, he makes a mess of that, and the red tears stream from the crushed eye. You can't know the maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses. So many of them I've lost count. So, where do we go from here? Does this mean that our next one is her mouth? I think so. I think so. Oh yes, another hint as well that I think that the first number is 4. Yeah, I placed my left hand on your face as though we were to kiss. Then I suddenly shoved my thumb deep into your eye socket. And what would it feel like? Trembling with ecstasy, I obscenely mix it around and around. I must taste the warmth of your blood. Is it? I think maybe the idea is here that like this is his interaction. You know, he mixes. He shoves the thumb into her eye socket, mixes it around and around, but when he finally takes his taste, because that's the key, right? We get the number from when he tastes her. You know, he kisses her, and that's where we get the number 8 from. But when he gets a taste of her here, he doesn't immediately lick the blood coming out of her eye. The blood drips down from her eye, and then he takes his taste. When it's down at number 4, when it's dripped down. How would you scream? Would you shriek? It hurts, it hurts, as cinnabar red tears stream from your crushed eye. You can't know the maddening hunger I felt in the midst of our kisses. So many of them I've lost count. As though drinking in your cries, I bring my hopes to fruition. Yeah, so drinking the tears. Biting your tongue, shredding it, biting at your lips as if tasting your lipstick. Yes, so we go from licking the bloody tears after they drip down to then biting at the lips, which is number 8, 8 being the mouth. Oh, what euphoric heights I would reach, having my desires fulfilled like a greedy, gluttonous cur. I longed too for your cherry-tinted cheeks, tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. So now he's going for one of the cheeks. Which one? The cheeks can either be number 7 or number 9, between either side of the mouth, which is number 8. So I guess we're going to have to do some testing there to see which one it is. Because I'm not sure if you can really deduce which cheek it is by looking at this. And how is your tender ear? It brushes against my cheek. I want it to creep up to my lips so I can sink my teeth into its flesh. Your left ear, always hearing words whispered sweet as pie. I wanted to hear my true feelings. I never lied, no, but I did have my secrets. So the left ear is number 3. The left ear is number 3. Wait, no. The left ear is number 6. The eyes are 1 and 3. Let's just deduce here again. 1 being the right eye, 3 being the left eye, 4 being the right ear, left being the right ear, or rather, what the fuck am I saying? 4 being the right ear, 6 being the left ear, 5 being the nose, 7 cheek, 9 cheek, and 8 mouth. The first thing he does is put his thumb into the right eye socket, mixes it around and around, but doesn't have his taste yet. He waits. He's not greedy. The cinnabar red tears drip from the crushed eye down to the ear, down to number 4, down the face. So that's where we get our first number, 4. Then he quickly moves on to biting at her mouth, shredding her lips, shredding her tongue, whatever the hell he says. So then we get 8. Shredding it, biting at your lips as if tasting your lipstick. Oh, what euphoric heights I would reach, having my desires fulfilled like a greedy, gluttonous cur. I long too for your cherry-tinted cheeks, tasty enough to bewitch my tongue. So the next one is either going to be 7 or 9. I would surely be healed and would cry like a child. And then finally, the tender ear. It brushes up against my cheek. I want it to creep up to my lips so I can sink my teeth into its flesh. Your left ear, always hearing words whispered sweet as pie. I wanted to hear my true feelings. I never lied, no, but I did have my secrets. So the left ear is going to be 6, next to the nose, below the left eye. Ah, but what must you think of me? Do you hate me? Are you afraid? As though inviting you to the agony at the play's end. If you wish you could destroy me, I wouldn't care. As you wish you may destroy me, I wouldn't care. So the last few verses are just him rambling on. He's finished devouring our face. So we only need to concern ourselves with his cannibalizing of our face. That's all that matters. So we start off with 4. The blood that dripped down. Then we go to 8. Then we go to either 7 or 9. We don't know which cheek it is. It's either 7 or 9. Let's go for 7. And then finally, the left ear. No. So it must be 9. 4, 8, 9, 6. And there we have it. Twisted. Let me catch up with chat now, because I missed a lot of the chat as I was uh, rambling on there trying to explain how this works. Yeah, Cabby, I don't know. I really like this one. I was really lazy when I played hard mode in this game for the first time. I didn't even try to solve the puzzles when I was a kid playing this. I just looked that shit up and didn't even try and think about it. I was watching Dave play this a couple of years back, and I was quite surprised by how well he did with the puzzles. Most of them didn't take him that long. Dave, I remember, I think this one only took you like an hour. I remember you actually used your Silent Hill 2 knowledge to help you figure out that this was a face. I think. I remember you saying that. But, no, I think once you figure out that the keypad is a face, I don't think it's too bad from then. You know, like... Like 1 and 3 kind of have to be the eyes. 4 and 6 have to be the ears. 7 and 9 have to be the cheeks. You know? And from then, I feel like it isn't. I feel like this one isn't as crazy as it might first seem, but it's still pretty crazy. I just love how fucked up it is, you know? I just love how they tie it into this story and the world of the game. It's just disturbing looking at the keypad as this... You know, how you read it first as just this fucked up, twisted love letter gone wrong. And then you then you have to start thinking about it in a different way. And there's just something disturbing about that process of like, oh, right, now he's doing this to the eye, and then the blood is streaming down, and then we get the number here, and then he shreds from her mouth, so that's 8. You know, it's just fucked up in the best way possible. The Shakespeare puzzle is terrible. Well, I mean, the Shakespeare puzzle is, they just don't give you what you need to solve the puzzle, you know? So you can definitely call that one out for just being straight up badly designed, right? Because they expect you to come into the game with a knowledge of all these Shakespeare plays. So yeah, you can straight up call that one out for being completely unfair, if you will. But this one, I feel like it's really crazy. It's pretty obtuse, but not in a way that goes too far, I think. I like it. I like this one a lot. Hold on a second. Just scrolling up. Hey, what's up, Snowdust? How's it going? Yeah, and I guess we just assume it's written by Stanley. It's the only thing that isn't signed by Stanley. But, you know, it feels like it's another message from Stanley, given that it's like this twisted love letter of sorts. This guy written by someone who's obsessed with us. Although they never do say Heather's name in this, like Stanley likes to do. So maybe it isn't. Maybe this guy is giving Stanley a really bad name. I love how Stanley's memos all disappear too. Look, see how it's gone. Once we went to that next area and came back, disappears. Yeah, and of course, this is another thing exclusive to the hard riddle difficulty. You have a choice with regards to your puzzle difficulty in this game, and if you play on normal, you don't get anything like this at all. I don't think you get something that's just like an easier version of this, where it's also still framed as like a twisted love letter. I don't think it's a love letter at all on lower difficulties. It's strange to call such a thing a love letter, but where he's describing how he's going to mutilate and cannibalize our face, but I think it's all out of love. Nail polish remover and perfume. There's nothing else interesting in the locker. Nail polish remover. This takes off nail polish. I found it in the women's locker room. And perfume. This stuff smells a little strange. So what this does is it attracts enemies. If you want to lure an enemy to you, you can use the perfume. Dave, I love how they take a really fucked up bit of text and then make you really think about it. Yeah. It's similar to what I was saying. And how when you first read it, you might not even think it relates to a puzzle at all. You know, oh, it's just another thing from Stanley. But then you have the realization, oh, wait a second. This is even more fucked up than I thought it was. You know, it's already fucked up by itself, but now you have to think about it in relation to the puzzle and how this keypad is her face, and it just makes it even more twisted how it becomes a puzzle. The locker is closed tightly. I can't seem to get it open. Yeah, the same door, the same lock, and also being a visual puzzle. Yeah. How on in Silent Hill 2, it's like you kind of have to draw something. The letter. You have to draw the letter T. I wonder if the developers even thought of that when they were making this puzzle. You know, how you could use your Silent Hill 2 knowledge. It's probably just coincidental. Okay, let's check out this hallway then. You like the look of that foot, Heather? There's a tattoo on its foot. Margaret, let's swear our love until death do us part. The start time is my key. There's a medical record here. Could this be for this dead guy? Background unknown, name, age unknown. Not admitted patient. Found in poor mental state on hospital grounds and temporarily installed in room M4 at chief's discretion. Died late tonight from blood loss due to severed carotid artery. Was grasping own kitchen knife in right hand Assume this was cause of neck wound. Possible suicide, but wound angle suspicious. Sent to second floor treatment room for further investigation. Have received no proof or corroboration of event from patient residing in same room. Have not notified police. However, for future necessity, leave victim's bed and effects intact. Room M4. Funnily enough, I remember seeing Jeremy Blaustein take the fall for that Shakespeare puzzle on Twitter. Like, he said it was his fault that that it wound up that way with the player not having the information that they needed to solve the puzzle. So, yeah, I don't know. Obviously, Jeremy Blaustein was the translator for the game. And I think he worked, like, closely with Hiroyuki Owaku on the script. There are medical textbooks on the shelf, but none of it looks useful for now. He said sorry, but I don't believe him. You don't believe that it really was Blaustein that was responsible for it? Yeah, because again, I guess then the idea would be that he like wrote the initial riddle. But I don't know, maybe it had something to do with discussions with the team, or maybe, yeah, I don't know. No, I don't believe him when he said he's sorry for it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I replied to that now. I guess I just never really thought about it when he tweeted that. Maybe I should message him one of these days and ask him what the deal was. Maybe he's spoken about it more in depth before. I don't know. Maybe he's spoken about it before. Oh my god, they're shooting at me. The start time is my key. Okay. Does turning off this alarm ever do anything to fuck you up? Like, if you try and leave the room, does something bad happen? I think this clock is just pure bait, isn't it? Like, you can just turn it off and, like, nothing ever happens under any circumstance? There we go. There's nothing else interesting in the attaché case. There was a tattooed guy on that rumpled bed. Not anymore, though. That alarm clock and filthy bag are his. Ah, but don't misunderstand. I haven't done a thing. I didn't hate him, though he was a liar. Shall I write something of my own on my chest, since I can't cut it open to show you my heart? I love Heather. No, something a bit more forceful. I love Heather isn't enough for what I feel. Oh, what tender emotion this image brings. Stanley Coleman. Oh, Stanley. Nope. Oh, really? Okay, now back down to the first floor. The trap rooms in this are really nasty. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of that design choice. Okay, let's use our nail polish remover. This takes off nail polish. I found it in the women's locker room. Yeah, Nico, I was just watching Dave's first playthrough of this game, seeing his frustration with the rooms, not knowing if there was anything in the rooms, only to find every time that they were just bullshit troll empty rooms that you're going into, wasting supplies for no reason. I was like, yeah, I can. I'm not sure if these rooms were the best idea. Stairwell key. But yeah, it's okay. Like they're not when you've played the game before and you're coming back, they're not that much of a hassle, right? Because you know when you see them, oh hey, it's one of those rooms. Let's just go back. On a first playthrough, though, it can be pretty frustrating. The tag says office wing stairs. Yeah, we can finally go to the stairwell. Whoop. Davwell, did I thank you for your 63? Thank you. Yeah, hard mode, especially with this game. Hard mode is pretty brutal in Silent Hill 3. Another message from Stanley all the way up at the roof. A short and sweet one. I also like the rooftop. It makes me want to fly. You too? Stanley Coleman. Just a load of closers up here. Some ammo. No pyramid head. The memo is gone when we come back, of course. Now, the third floor. There's a memo on the wall. Punishment for brutality towards patient. 12 hours confinement in the special treatment room. Dismissal policy no longer in effect. Contact the chief if you have any questions. There's something handwritten on top of the typewritten sentence. The trick is not to leave any marks. And one other thing. This looks like it was written by a different person. The chief is a pervert. Christie would have been better off if she had been fired. I think we found Christy. One of the nurses put in confinement. I always love these strange little sub stories in Silent Hill. And here's Stanley again. Flowing freely, your ebony hair, like the night sky, scattering fragrance. My heart clamoring in my chest, like a storm, you trifle with it. Your pristine glance, like a feast when you smile. My thoughts disturbed, my breath, like opium. It drives me mad. Eric, a great poet who conveys my feelings so well. I shouldn't have let this place get to me. Should never have gone crazy. But it's superbly enjoyable to drown in my love for you. But why won't you accept proof of my love? Don't stand on ceremony now. After all, you and I exist as one. What I give to you is the same as what I give to me. Stanley Coleman. Wow, that he really put a lot of effort into that one. That was beautiful, Stanley. I love this one. Who the fuck is Eric? Like he's thinking of a name. He can't quite grasp it. Who is that poet? Eric. A great poet who conveys my feelings so well. Beautiful work, Stanley. Again. Heather, my most sacred lover, I'm always watching you. No matter where you are or what you may be doing, I have never lost sight of you. I know you feel intensely lonely, yet with a single key to this door, those feelings won't stand in the way any longer. We haven't been able to see each other for so long. Be patient. It's just a little longer. I'll be patient too, even though I long to hold you in these hands of mine. The key is behind the shelves in the underground garage. Why there? Ask that idiot doctor. There's not a single person here who's right in the head. Not just in this hospital. I mean in all of Silent Hill. Except me. Stanley Coleman. Stanley, in the last memo, you told us that you were insane. Now you're not insane? You're going back and forth with this. First, you're claiming that you were thrown in here with the lunatics and that you'll stay sane even with the lunatics. Then you're admitting to your insanity, saying how it's like superbly enjoyable to drown in your love for us. But now you're sane again. It's interesting how he claims that we have met him before. But yeah, when did we meet Stanley? There's a good variety, but nothing I would need. Nothing but cleaning supplies in this locker. Okay. Oh yeah, does the first letter, does he say that he's never met us before? Oh yeah. The day has finally come. That's right, the day when you and I will meet. I never even knew your name or face until today. But now I know. I know you're the one I've been waiting for. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. We haven't been able to see each other for so long. Oh, Stanley. Oh, yeah, we need to find another key for this keypad. Yeah, the least he could do is keep the facts straight, you know? He's not being straight with us. It's a wheelchair. Where's the person that was using it? Follow the bloodstains? We get an SMG. The blood trail continues into the elevator. Part of me wants to peek in, but then it's a little creepy too. More ammo on the ground here. Oh yeah, I love the flickering light here. It's all just junk. I don't think there's anything important here. Streaks of blood, as if something got dragged, are continuing on to the back of the shelf. No, it's more like they start from the back of the shelf. Let's take a picture. We use the camera in Silent Hill 1 as well. We got our code. $6295. I've always liked that little scene with the photograph when she shakes it. It's just a satisfying animation. Okay. Uh, 6295. Nice. An empty corridor for once. Health drinks. And what do we have here? It's a magazine, just some kind of gossip magazine. Teaching Despair, Hope House. Hope House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill. But behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Hope House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religious values. Mr. Smith, who lives near Hope House, had this to say. Sometimes at night I can hear their weird prayers and the sounds of children crying. I went there to complain one time, but they ran me right out. Since then, it hasn't changed a bit. In fact, this reporter was refused admission when he attempted to take photographs in the facility. What exactly do the folks at Hope House have to hide? During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower, which appears to be a part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with the business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Hope House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the whole truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Joseph Schreiber. So, this is a memo that deeply ties in with Silent Hill 4. Joseph Schreiber is a character even in Silent Hill 4. One of the main characters in Silent Hill 4. Hope House. I feel like I've heard that name before. Hope House is also a location that you visit in Silent Hill 4. The reason Heather remembers it is because she was there as a child, as her other self, when Alessa was a child. These are Alessa's memories that she's recalling when she was there as a child. Yeah. They changed the name in Silent Hill 4, though. It's not called Hope House. They call it Wish House. And I think that might be due to there actually being a real Hope House that was also like an orphanage or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's why they changed it. They also refer to the tower here, this suspicious looking round concrete tower. That's another one of the major locations in Silent Hill 4, the water tower. That's what's being referenced here. Silent Hill 4 was developed alongside Silent Hill 3 as well, by the way, if you didn't know. So kind of cool how they tie a few elements of the story together here with both games. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I really like the prison too. Can be a pain in the ass on a first playthrough trying to figure it out. Uh-oh. Stanley's getting angry. The doll is all torn apart. It's really pretty sad to look at. I wonder who did it anyway. Goodbye, Heather. I'm sorry I wasn't able to respond to your love. It's all over. Leonard despises me because I made fun of it, saying it would come to this. If it weren't for his meddling, I would have been able to meet you in just a little while. Then I could have taken you to my world. A world for us alone, more beautiful than this one. And I'd been waiting for this day, for today. The day I'd see you, the day you'd save me. Today. Heather, watch out for him. Leonard is no ordinary guy. Farewell. I loved you. Heather, my goddess. Heather, my lover. Heather, my... No signature. Did Leonard get him? Jesus Christ.
Hello?
Claudia.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie to me, Claudia. You're always trying to run from your responsibilities. Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you still don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. Ah, what a ridiculous dream.
Wait, just listen to me for a second.
I've heard enough from you already. How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?
Listen to me already. I'm not Claudia.
You're not Claudia.
My name is Heather.
Heather.
Who are you?
Leonard Wolf. I'm sorry. I thought you were my daughter.
Claudia is your daughter?
Oh, so you know her, do you? Are you one of her followers?
No, never. When I find her, I'm...
I can feel the hatred.
What?
Behind your words. The anger. You plan to kill her, don't you?
I'm sorry, but... She killed my father.
She's a fool. But she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways. But I see it's too late. Heather, will you help me?
Help you?
I'm locked up in here, and I must stop Claudia.
Where are you now?
I'm not sure myself, but the door is at the end of the hall on the second floor. I think I can be of help to you. I have a seal. Please.
A seal? The end of the hall on the second floor.
All right. Back to the second floor, where a new door appears at the end of the hall. There's nothing interesting in or around the bed. Gross. The whole bed stinks like year-old sweat. Love this music that comes in halfway through the call as well, then it still lingers once we cut back to gameplay. Yeah, if we look at the second floor, there is no door at the end of that hall, but when we go back, there will be a door. So now we find out that Leonard is Claudia's father, who also sounds like a bit of a lunatic. We already got some information on him at the start of this hospital sequence. Leonard Wolf, room S12, presenting mild audiovisual hallucinations, emotional instability, obsessive ideas. Suspect mild schizophrenia, will continue observation. Basically calm and cooperative with a strong sense of justice. However, according to reports, becomes very violent when overexcited. And then Stanley. Stanley seems to know about Leonard as well. He warned us about him. Yeah, here's the door. Yeah, I don't think that door is even there up until this point. I think it appears after the phone call, and now it feels like we're moving again to another reality. Now we don't have our map. Yeah. Am I going back where I came from? I hope not. This picture. This one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it. But I know this one. It must be. Uh-oh. I thought the game froze there for a second. What the hell? Was I daydreaming? No, it was more like watching a video in a dark room. But that nurse, I know her. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. She did get a little weird, though. So again, we should be hearing the Silent Hill 1 dialogue during that scene, but not in the PC version. So we are once again presented with this face. And if you look carefully at the wall, it says, "What a wonderful world." I wonder if this is supposed to be another Exorcist 3 reference. Last time I was watching The Exorcist 3, I noticed there was a scene where "It's a Wonderful Life" is randomly sprayed on one of the walls, written in blood. It really reminded me of this. And here's good old Valtiel again. I think this is the first time we see him turning the valve. Looks like he's pumping blood or something through that big vein. I think some people interpreted this as being Lisa. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be Lisa. Is this one of these things that people assumed was Lisa, that it turned out it wasn't her? Does Lisa wear green shoes? I have that memory as well, Nico, that Ito just said this is a nurse. Very, strange imagery, though. I like the green shoes. So this is one of the most iconic images in Silent Hill 3. I think this whole ladder climb. Another bath as well, like before. Oh, is there another? Yeah, it's another bath again with another like red cable coming out of it. And the red cable is... Can we see where the red cable goes? Don't think it comes all the way down here. Okay, so when we go through to the next area, pay attention, because there's something that's very easy to miss. We have to quickly run out and turn. Look at that! Where are you taking that nurse, Valtiel? Yeah, so if you don't run up to the edge, turn around and look in that direction, you will miss that completely. It's one of the easiest little things to miss in this game. And you have to be quick to catch it. Ooh! Going back to this area despawn whatever fucking enemy was here? I think it might have. There's a stretcher sort of half shoved into the room. Maybe he was being carried in. Yeah, whatever's on top was being brought in here. Oh, did you find the Marilyn Monroe picture? Yeah, that face is Marilyn Monroe. Another wheelchair at the end here. These hallways are so oppressive here. These burning hallways. Burning, fleshy hallways. It can be hard to even see what you're looking at sometimes, just the intensity of the glow. These are all doors. This is... Again here, we're going up these hospital corridors with all these rooms. the hand outside the window. And that's all we get. I doubt I need to check this out. I like to avoid touching this kind of thing if I can. It looks like there's a piece of meat or something on the ground. I love how crazy all the rooms start to get now in the hospital. It starts to feel like an art gallery. Like an abstract horror art gallery where every room we go into we're presented with some crazy image. Although this one actually relates to a puzzle. There's a dead body hanging from the ceiling. The blood dripping from it has totally filled the bucket set out below. Who would do this and for what? It looks like a full-out bloodletting. What's behind the curtain? I love this room. What the hell is this? These heat waves coming out from within it. Wonder if there is anything behind it. Surely someone has done like a camera hack where they try to look behind it. Probably nothing. That red glow is intense here. You want some jerky, Mr. Slurper? Come on. There you go. There you go. Want some more? Oh! The door won't open. I can't even make it budge. What the hell? And then eventually, our reflection just freezes. Go! So the door in that room just stays locked until the moment where your reflection freezes, and then you can leave. No! Okay, how about another puzzle? Let's go to the basement's basement. All the way down to B3. Burn the one who knows no death, pure, adored by those above. No prayers within, just simple love. And now the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth, a distant breath within the earth. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind dancing in the sky, that bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. The sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulless shell. 4 bodies return to ashes. Thus the door is opened. Thus the door is opened. And right next to it, we need 4 numbers. Let's take another look around the room first. Did you see Ito said recently about a new detail noticed in the mirror room? No. Do explain. Actually, before we do anything else here, I want to go somewhere else. I forgot about something. I love this little glass room here. Right now we can barely see what's going on. And again, it looks like it's filled with heat waves or something. It's Valtiel in there getting up to some more fun with a random nurse. Marilyn again, but this time I think she's wearing braces. But next time we come out here, it'll be different. The room won't look like this. It's another thing that's very easy to miss. On a first playthrough, you might not even really stop to look inside this thing before you go into one of the rooms. Something strange is cooped up in the locker. I think I'm safe, but I shouldn't get too close. Actually, the more I look at it, the more pitiful it seems. Like a child locked up in there with no chance of escape. I forgot how blunt they were with the description here, actually. Actually, the more I look at it, the more pitiful it seems, yeah. What are these robes here? There's a blood-stained white robe hung up on the wall. Does it mean anything? And a plastic bag. There's nothing important in the trash. No use digging around in there anymore. This isn't the locker that's ringing. What about this one? The one covered in blood.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
There's nothing coming from the receiver. Well, duh, this phone's not connected. But what about that phone call? Yeah, so again, they're playing around with the ages of Heather's various selves. She's 17 years old, but if you add Alessa's age or Cheryl's age onto it, you get another 7. So Heather, who is 17, could be 24 if you're adding one of her other incarnations' age onto it, and then another 7, she'd be 31. And I guess they're also wishing happy birthday to the god that's growing inside Heather. It's gonna be another Alessa's birthday sometime soon too. Because she's pregnant. And this baby's gonna be coming out soon. These robes here. Valtiel's robes, possibly. The attendant to assist with the birth. Again, seeing the forceps as well. I'm assuming the forceps are to tie in with the idea of an assisted birth as well, because I think forceps, I think even today they still can be used to assist with pregnancies. To guide the baby's head out carefully. Or you can see a magazine in there as well. No, Heather is 17 years old. And then you'd add Cheryl 7 onto that for 24, and then another 7 for 31. What am I looking for here? Beef jerky. But yeah, now look, if we look inside this glass room, it's empty. But we can see the remains, all this blood dripping down the glass. So now we can go back down to our puzzle. I forgot about the Stanley Coleman tie-in. Remember that guy on the phone also talked about Stanley and how he's underground now? His new name is Number 7. Well, it just so happens that this puzzle revolves around all these bodies down here in the crematorium, and they are all numbered. Can we find where Stanley is? There he is, number 7. Turn up your volume, because you can hear him here, faintly, when we get close to him. I love that. It really sounds like a, you know, like he's reaching out. Like he's trying to get at us. There's a memo here. Let's see. He seeks out her soul by his own black ambition, frightening her out of her wits, whispering love songs into her ear. What cruel linnet wants, he gets. Of course, the little verse kind of ties in with his story too. His Heather obsession. Number 3. The grass the thrush so loved to eat gave him sweet happiness. He sank ever deeper and finally fell to destruction and fatal distress. Number 1. Who killed Cock Robin? The sparrow, they said. He wants them all dead. To him, honey sweet is their sobbing. And one here without a body. 4. Cock Robin, who hid the key away, is ash in the oven all right. The place he held is empty now, and the doors remain shut tight. Number 8. The black rook is the praying sort, who hears the gods in the skies. His whispered petitions go on without end, and glassy and dim are his eyes. I love how some of these are written, they're great. Number 9. The wren, with pure heart as yet unrefined, makes us laugh with his feeble lip smacking. But still we all know he shall never grow old, and he knows not how much he is lacking. Number 5. The lark's child lost all his words, and walled himself up all away. Heart and mouth both locked up tight, in a cage where none want to stay. 0. The kite, hot, crazy, and panting mad, sweet shackles that tease and excite. Death itself would drive him wild, red blood that turns milky white. Number 6. The dove's hope died, he chose his path, his flapping wings fell still. Drenched in scarlet, here they lay, his cheeks pale, white, and chill. Number 2. The owl who forgot the sky, resigned to his poor earthbound state. Hungry or full didn't matter at all. He ate and he ate and he ate. So, let's just get back to the initial part of this riddle. We start off with this thing here. Burn the one who knows no death. Pure adored by those above. No prayers within, just simple love. And now the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth, a distant breath within the earth. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind dancing in the sky, that bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. The sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulless shell. 4 bodies return to ashes, thus the door is opened, thus the door is opened. So, we have many numbers to choose from here, but we only need 4. It's very clear that we only need 4. We can only enter in 4 here. So we need to find out which number corresponds with each verse here. Burn the one who knows no death, pure adored by those above, no prayers within, just simple love. One of the other verses tied to the bodies relates to this. So this is number 1. Then we move on to number 2, the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth, a distant breath within the earth. And each of them relates to a bird. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind dancing in the sky, that bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. This is number 3. The sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulless shell. And this is finally number 4. And then it just tells us at the end, 4 bodies return to ashes. Thus the door is open, thus the door is open. So, we need to look at the first one here and find the other verse that corresponds with this. The poem that corresponds with this. Burn the one who knows no death, pure, adored by those above, no prayers within, just simple love. So now we need to go and find which one most strongly corresponds with that. Sinking ever deeper, finally falling to destruction. That doesn't seem to relate to purity much. Seeking out her soul, frightening her out of her wits. What cruel linnet wants he gets, some kind of glutton, Stanley. The black rook is the praying sort, who hears the gods in the skies. His whispered petitions go on without end, and glassy and dim are his eyes. Maybe. Cock Robin, who hid the key away. Is ash in the oven all right? The place he held is empty now, and the doors remain shut tight. I like how that applies to this one, obviously being empty. This guy was put in the oven. The lark's child lost all his words and walled himself up all away. The wren, with pure heart, as yet unrefined, makes us laugh with his feeble lip smacking. But still we all know he shall never grow old, and he knows how much he is lacking. I think this is the one we're after, because because he's described as being pure of heart. 9. The dove's hope died. He chose his path. His flapping wings fell still. Drenched in scarlet, here they lay. His cheeks pale, white, and chill. Yeah, so because our first one here refers to the idea of purity, I think we can deduce that that is the one we're after. Burn the one who knows no death. And I was also thinking maybe it's the dove, because you kind of, I think doves are often associated with purity. But the dove was not described as one who knows no death. No prayers within, just simple love. The wren with pure heart as yet unrefined makes us laugh with his feeble lip smacking, but still we all know he shall never grow old, and he knows not how much he is lacking. I think it's the wren. Let's go with number 9 for our first one. Now, our second verse. And now the pining hunter, the flames longing for his rebirth, a distant breath within the earth. So now we're looking for a hunting bird, which I think is the owl over here. The owl who forgot the sky, resigned to his poor earthbound state. Hungry or full didn't matter at all. He ate and he ate and he ate. Yeah. A distant breath within the earth, resigned to his earthbound state, as it said. So, yeah. Number 2. And from here, you could just, by process of elimination, you could get the last 2 easily enough. Burn up that heavy body of his, make it wind, dancing in the sky. That bottomless gut, now a cloud, now a sigh. This one is Stanley, which might not be the most obvious one, but yeah. His bottomless gut, I guess, just his gluttonous appetite for heather. Burn up the body of his, make it wind, dancing in the sky. I think some people tie this in with the note you read up on the roof as well, how he loves being up there in the wind. So let's go 7 next for Stanley. And finally, the sweet blood on his laughing lips now calls him to the gates of hell. There burns evermore that soulless shell. So now we're looking for some killer. And I think it's the first one, isn't it? Who killed Cock Robin, the sparrow, they said. He wants them all dead. To him, honey sweet is their sobbing. And is number 1 the sparrow, or do we have to go and find the sparrow? Let me just see if it's number 1. I can't remember what this is. It is, yeah. And that's it. And we get the cremated key. There's nothing in here apart from a few stray ashes. I found this in some sort of crematorium underground. It's burned black, but still usable. Hey, what's up, Ayad? How's it going? Cynic, what's up? Just got back from seeing an anniversary showing of Christine at the cinema. Oh, great. Was it your first time seeing Christine? Christine is great. I've only seen it the one time, but I really enjoyed. Uh, I really enjoyed it when I saw it. Like a couple of years back, we did it for movie nights on Discord. Let me just catch up with the chat as well, because I wasn't paying attention while I was talking about the puzzle. First time in like 20 years? Oh, okay, okay. Now, where are we going? Back to the first floor to fill up this plastic bag with blood, I think. The hospital section in this game is an absolute behemoth. This is not where I want to be. Third floor. I don't think it's the 27th. But yeah, the plan is to do a big marathon for the Master Collection release. That'll be on this channel. And I think on the 23rd or 24th. I keep forgetting when it releases, but yeah. So yeah, we have to go back to this body here. Fill up the plastic bag with blood, as you do. You never know when you might need some of this blood. Is there really nothing in this room? Nothing at all? Huh? Okay. There's a handful of dirty syringes on the bed. I'm not about to use them, that's for sure. There's a memo here on the chart. Dr. Midkiff, please use extra caution with the patient in room 312. He should still have his religious freedom here in the hospital, but he shouldn't push his faith on others. I'm a victim too. Rumor has it he got here by stabbing someone over a religious dispute. Please be careful. Or Crosby. P.S. It looks like the rumor is true according to the head nurse. I do think he's a good person otherwise, though. Easy to deal with. What is this rumor that's true? First, I thought they might have been talking about the hospital director or that guy who locked the girl in the solitary confinement. But they're probably just talking about Leonard again here. This isn't where I want to be, actually. Go back. Woo! ABQ, thank you very much for the 73 months. The world is teeming with unnecessary people. It's God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. Who wrote this? Some twisted individual, eh? I see this and I want to ask him. So you think you're one of the necessary ones? But it seems like I've heard this protector of the seal business somewhere before. Yes, Leonard told us that he had a seal for us if we would come and meet him. So it would seem this was Leonard's writing. And very crude and childlike with his drawings. Oh my god. Here, have some beef jerky. Happy first birthday! Thank you. Oh god. Go! Woo! Jesus fucking Christ, man. Room C4. The title is Lost Memories. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake, drench the altar in the blood which spouts red from the heart, to praise and to show loyalty unto God. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. This was a more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. So very similar to the situation with Alessa. What happened with Alessa? Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religions practiced nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and cultish history. There's a stretcher here. Not your usual stretcher. This is more like an altar of some sort. Lit candles, a knife. And is that blood I smell? Did they worship that picture or something in the picture? Those candles didn't light themselves now, did they? I love this little makeshift chapel here with the stretchers as altars. What is this image supposed to be on the wall? Some kind of figure, some kind of stick figure with a big red blotch coming out of the head. More womb imagery. Time to climb down. The stretcher, I mean the altar, is drenched in blood. It looks exactly like there's just been a sacrifice.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. We were both just wrong about each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard, is that you?
Death to
person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Let's do it. This big baby Leonard. Heretic! I forget what the best way to do this is. Oh no! Fuck you. Kick him! Kick him! Oh, I need to reload. Yeah. Time to take more damage. I'm dead. Yeah, I knew I should have saved. Or I knew I should have healed. Fuck. Show yourself. No! Hey, finally.
Leonard's not here anymore. I guess I should head back to the motel now. I hope Douglas is okay. Huh? What's this?
We got our seal. A talisman. It has an odd design inscribed on it. I got it after I defeated Leonard. Grummies, thank you very much for the 4 months. George, did I thank you earlier for the 61 as well? Thank you. Dr. Sasso with the 36, ABQ with the 73. Cheers, everyone. I've always loved how gorgeous this room looks now after that fight. The lighting here is just real nice. Again, that sort of dusky kind of glow. I guess there's nothing left here that I can use. We're done.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
All right, so we cut over to a little scene there with Vincent and Claudia. I like how they obscure Claudia's face during that. It's kind of interesting. Can we go back in? Leonard's not here anymore. I really should get back to the motel. The scene begins with Claudia seemingly outraged that Vincent sent us to her father, to Leonard. And Vincent responds saying, but hey, surely that's a good thing. It means he's one of God's beloved, no? In a sort of mocking tone. What does he mean by that? Are they... that, like, Leonard died? What means that he was one of God's beloved? What proves that he was one of God's beloved? That Heather went to him in the first place? Because Heather is the mother of God? That Heather is birthing the God? But anyway, Claudia interprets what he's saying as a sort of mocking gesture anyway, because it is. He's saying it with a mocking kind of tone. And then we learn that Claudia was seemingly abused by her father, which Vincent knows about. It looked like they were talking in that same motel room as well. Where we were earlier.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake. On the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
No, not at all. You know, I was saying before how Vincent is kind of like the Kaufman of this game. He also really reminds me of Dahlia in the first game. I know Claudia is the more obvious parallel to Dahlia, but just with how Dahlia manipulates us all throughout Silent Hill 1, trying to, you know, she tries to get us to carry out her dirty work, essentially. Vincent kind of he's similar in that way, you know, like feigning friendship, telling us that we should go to the hospital to meet Leonard because he wants us to go there to get the seal so we can put a stop to what Claudia is doing. It really reminds me of how Dahlia tries to prevent you from it really reminds me of how Dahlia tries to get you to prevent Alessa from planting the seal in Silent Hill 1. Just kind of moving you along the path. And, you know, Vincent sends us to the hospital in order to get this seal because he thinks the seal will put a stop to what Claudia wishes. Claudia wants this god to be born. Vincent does not. Vincent wants to keep the god unborn so he can continue to profit off the church and make money. Vincent is really just using the church for his own needs, for wealth and power. And I guess that's what's similar to Kaufman, because that's what Kaufman was all about. He was just this associate of the church who was really in it all just for his own ends, for money and power. He didn't really know what the cult was up to. So that's why Vincent is kind of reminiscent of him, but different also in the sense that unlike Kaufman, Vincent really does know what the church is trying to do, and he seems to be much more of an integral member of the church, unlike Kaufman. Vincent is a priest, apparently. We hear him referred to as Father Vincent later on. At least I think we do in one of the church tapes. I don't think I'll go back inside. I really should go to the amusement park. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. But yeah, you know when you first meet Dahlia, she's like, here, take the flowers, take all this. We need to do this to put a stop to the evil, to the evil Alessa. If she plants this seal, it'll bring about the wrath of the underworld and all this. And of course, the opposite is true. She's just trying to put a stop to it. And again, with kind of a different situation, but the way Vincent is leading us around, trying to get us to find this same seal. He's a bit of a manipulator in the same way that Dahlia was. Claudia isn't really that kind of manipulator. I guess she is in a way that she's, you know, purposely trying to fill our hearts with hatred. She's trying to help with the birth of the god in that way by killing Harry. That's really why she kills Harry, so to fuel that hatred inside Heather, because that will assist with the birth of the god. The god needs pain and suffering and hate in order to be born. Alright, let's keep making our way to the amusement park. The door is shut tight. It won't open at all. Let me switch to a different weapon. You know when Claudia and Vincent have that conversation as well, do they know that Leonard has been killed by that point? I kind of get the sense that they do, or they at least know that, you know, knowing that Heather went there to meet Leonard. Did I say Vincent when I meant to say Leonard there? Yeah, it kind of seems like they do think Leonard's been killed. It's kind of interesting considering that's Claudia finding out that her father has just been killed. You know, and she says to Vincent, "You'll go to hell, Vincent." I'm assuming that's why she's saying that, right? Because he has just sent Heather to kill Leonard. She doesn't seem too torn up about her father's death.
Oh, hell.
We're back. The door is shut tight. It won't open at all. Was Vincent really joking when he asked they look like monsters to you? or is this true? Um, I don't think it has to necessarily be a case of, oh, he's trying to say that all the monsters are real people instead of actually monsters. You know, like Heather is seeing them as these monsters when in reality they're secretly all real human people. I don't think you have to look at it like that. I think it's more that someone with another perspective could maybe view them as angels rather than demons. And right before you get that scene, there is a memo in that same room that goes into that. You know, like how one person's angel could be another person's demon. How one religion views this figure as a demonic entity, whereas the other views it as a angelic entity or some kind of savior. I remember Hiroyuki Owaku spoke about it in the Silent Hill 3 making of, the writer of the game. I forget exactly what he says about that dialogue, but he talks about it. And I remember what he says is kind of similar to what you read in that memo. But on this topic, I do think that one of the monsters in this game may be a human. And in the Book of Lost Memories, which is an official Konami-produced lore-related thing, with loads of behind-the-scenes info and developer interviews, in that book they talk about how at least one of the enemies is a real person. You know the creature we fight after Harry gets killed, the missionary? That's what that creature is called, the missionary, the thing that killed Harry. In the Book of Lost Memories, it is described as a cult member transfigured by Claudia's power. To Heather's eyes, the appearance it takes is that of a monster. Humanoid monster that obeys Claudia and carries out her commands. Because that is another pretty interesting thing about that monster, right? It's the only monster you ever see that is commanded by a person. Usually these monsters are their own independent entities that functions, completely separately from other people. A person's mind might have given birth to them, but they then just act of their own will. So yeah, I think that missionary could very well be a human. Maybe some people don't take what's written in the Book of Lost Memories seriously, but I do. I think it's probably all pretty accurate. All the stuff in here, it all seems pretty on point. And it was officially put out by Konami with all sorts of developer interviews to back a lot of this stuff up. I think maybe they say something similar about the nurses. The nurses are kind of interesting as well in that they all sound like Heather as well. Remember earlier we had that one, the mannequin, the head falls off and the noise it makes is Heather's dying scream. The nurses in the hospital, I think, also have Heather's sounds. Let's see what it says about Heather in the Book of Lost Memories. A nurse that roams the halls of the hospital. It may be that the nurses of the hospital transformed into monsters, but the details are unclear. Okay, so they don't really, they just kind of tease you with possibilities there. Yeah, I think the nurses are probably just beings, again, born from the god, or, Heather's other selves, unconscious, relating to the, manifestations, again, of the nurses that cared for her, possibly. It's really hard to know where all the monsters are coming from in this game. There's like a lot of ambiguity related to it. Like at the end of the game, Vincent has that line when he says to Claudia, "Isn't this all just your own personal nightmare?" like Alessa's 17 years ago, if this truly is the work of God, then I'd say he has lousy taste. It's a great line. But yeah, at the end of the game, Vincent implies that what we're seeing in the church is actually coming from Claudia. You know, that these are Claudia's manifestations. But yeah, getting back to the initial question, it seems as though with the missionary enemy, perhaps it is Heather who is just seeing it as this other thing, whereas Claudia might be seeing it as just a regular member of the order. I don't know. Claudia just refers to the missionary as he, right? He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. The name missionary obviously tying in with the whole religion. A missionary, someone who was sent out to spread the word of God. Claudia having some sort of mental connection to the gods since she's the most devoted out of the bunch would make sense. Yeah, possibly. If this truly is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste. There's a dead body inside this box thing. There's nothing interesting here. There's nothing I can do about it, but I wonder who and why someone did this. Again, the caged up box things. The little babies in their wombs. It's a map of the amusement park again. The way he moves is also unique compared to every other human enemy. There is another variant on that enemy at the end of the game in the church, but they're a little bit different. I think they're referred to as scrapers. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the scrapers are also supposed to be just other cult members. Let's see what they say about the scrapers in the Book of Lost Memories. So named for its habit of incessantly scraping the two sharp-edged tools it carries together. Humanoid monster that carries a weapon in each hand moves with great speed. All right, let's keep going. This is your favorite area, Stork? There are cookies and candies on display. I don't need any of that right now. I got a roller coaster key. So before we got ran over on the tracks, now we'll be able to do something a little bit different because we can get into the control panel with this key. This didn't happen during the nightmare, this shelf falling over. Nice. More jerky? This must be some gadget to control a roller coaster. I don't even know how to make it work, though. There's a power switch on the left-hand side. Push it. Press anything. Oh my god. What the hell is this? I feel like I'd catch something nasty if I touched it. I really better not mess with it. Not that I especially want to. Big lump of shit. Go, 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 go. Jesus fucking Christ, these pendulums.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
What happened? The cliffhanger. Catch up with the Douglas show next week. 6 p.m. Friday night. No this, no that, no nothing. Sounds pretty boring. There's a ticket booth, but there's nothing unusual about it. Where are we now? The Borley Haunted Mansion. Oh, yes. There's nothing written on it. It's probably supposed to have the ride's wait time on it or something. Anything else around here? It's a popcorn wagon. that blue looks really nice. If you have a weak heart or may be pregnant, please refrain from entering. Any children under the age of 8 must be accompanied by an adult. It's just your typical warning on a ride. Nothing to worry about, I guess. So, of course, Heather is pregnant, and she is the reincarnation of a girl who is under the age of 8. Haunted Mansion entrance. And I guess you could say she has a weak heart right now with everything she's been put through.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door. Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
Love it. Can we interact with anything here? So that whole family murder thing was just made up? But if that's true, how do you explain all the blood in this room? Could it be that the guy who committed suicide really did kill a bunch of people? Oh, how could I be so stupid? This is a haunted mansion. Of course it's all made up. What was I thinking, anyway? But if it's fake, why does it smell like real blood? The bookshelves are crammed with books, but they're probably all just fakes anyway.
That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
So here's Danny from New Orleans. Jeez, it's real. This is a real dead body hanging here. I don't think they meant for this to be a part of their attractions. Who would have done this? It's all rotten and disgusting, and I don't want to get any closer to it. Whoever it was, I feel sorry for them. The hanging man is blocking the way. Is he really, though? Is he really blocking the way? That's just a doll sitting in a chair. Is Danny the doll? Or is Danny that hanging thing? Oh, well, whatever. No biggie. Yeah, maybe this isn't Danny.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing. I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you. There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
Yeah, on hard mode, this thing will kill you unless you ready your weapon while you go through it. And it's kind of bullshit because it really doesn't look like she ducks down much while she's readying the weapon. Like, look at that. But that's what you have to do. I think if you're holding the shotgun, it might look a bit more like she's getting a bit lower. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's what you have to do. It's kind of bullshit. Exit. See you next time.
That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier than living.
Oh, is it not going to come? Go. Oh, there we go. Nice. I thought if you waited by the first door, it would eventually come there. I don't think it waited. If it catches up to you, it'll instantly kill you, yeah. Hey, what's up, Music Box? Good to see you. Love the sound here. So here, everyone knows about Robbie the Rabbit, right? The Silent Hill mascot, the amusement park mascot. Well, there are other mascots that don't get nearly as much love, and we can see them clearly here. Here we have Huey the horse, one of the park's mascots. But that's a lot of information that I really don't need right now. Yes, you need it, Heather. Shut up. There he is. And over here, we have another one of the mascots. Kathy the kitty. One of the park's mascots. Why isn't Minmo the park mascot, though? That's the real question. Oh shit, I forgot about the duck. It's about Dawn the duck, one of the park's mascots. But again, Heather has no interest in this right now. Here we get a chain. And of course, Robbie the rabbit. Oh, I love just the lighting here. The way the shoe is highlighted on the stage. Completely surrounded by pitch black. We get a red shoe. One shoe, blood red. It was above the stage. It's too small for me to wear. Not that I'd want to. It's a flyer for a musical. There's nothing interesting about it. Go, 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 go. Whoo! Behind that, Robbie there, it kind of looked like there was some graffiti behind him. It just said like Lakeside Amusement Park, but it didn't look like official writing. It kind of looked strewn up on the wall there. The door doesn't seem locked, but I can't open it. Could it be rusted? I'm not strong enough to budge it no matter how much I pull. There's got to be a way. Well, we did just find this chain. It has hooks on both ends. I attached the chain to the door handle. This half is fine. Better do something with the other half, though. So, we still have the chain in our inventory. More ammo. The switch is off. What's the point of turning it on now? Forget it. Swing rocket. This is no time to start playing around with stuff like this. This column here, wouldn't that work? Let's tie it. And now we'll turn it on.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
Can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You... You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be?
You're the mother of this god,
I'm
Heather.
sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how our God of Mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Hey!
help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like that.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
We go back to him.
What is it?
I just came by to make sure you were still alive.
Sorry. I'd come with you if I wasn't hurt.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem with older guys, huh? I'll handle things. You just rest.
For Douglas.
Don't die on me, okay?
So an interesting thing about this scene here is that right behind Douglas is the carousel ride from the very first shot of the game. You know how the first shot of the game is that carousel ride from a bird's eye view, and what you're supposed to be looking at there is the halo of the sun. the three circles. The three inner circles and inside the outer circle. Maybe some of you never realized that before. But yeah, just more symbolism for the Halo of the Sun, the reincarnation. Pretty cool how they bring it back here. And I guess this is where the game ends as well. I was just going to say, it's kind of a weird place to put, you know, why? Why are we seeing this scene here? You know, like, why are they bringing back this setting for this scene? But I think it's more that they're bringing it back for the final scene of the game, you know, where Heather, where she fully self-actualizes, or however you want to put it, you know, where she becomes her own person at the end. She accepts her old name at the end of the game as well, you know, she asks Douglas to call her Cheryl at the end. You think you're Superman or something? No, I always wanted to be him. He really doesn't sound like that there, but... No, I always wanted to be him. Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. I love Douglas's cliche, you know, noir detective lines. Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing, you know, something straight out of an old noir movie. Or, like earlier on in the game at the motel. I'm 50-something years old, and I ain't never seen nothing like this. No this, no that, no nothing. You know, I always wanted to be him. Alright, are we gonna leave this place? The rabbit's all smashed up. This car seems pretty heavy. What happened to the person inside? I never really used to care much for Douglas as a character, but I think I've warmed up to him over the years. I kind of like that he's just this bumbling fuck-up, you know? Who gets in way over his head. Doesn't really realize the danger he's getting himself into with this... with this mission he's on. You know, just takes on another request from a client to follow someone and look into them. And gets in way over his head. Then just tries to make the best out of it and help Heather as best he can. You don't see what happened with him and Claudia, but obviously didn't turn out too well. Claudia has those magic powers, it seems, like Heather. Like how Heather just knows he's pointing the gun at her as well. Client, Claudia Wolf. Request, searching for then infant Alessa Gillespie, kidnapped by man named Harry Mason. No word from police. Kidnap location unknown. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie, 7, died in fire. Links to current case to be investigated. Priority low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? Douglas's notebook. So yeah, this is the information Douglas was given, and you may think when you've read that you've read the entire notebook. No! If you go back into your items and examine the notebook again, we can read more. Using alias Heather, neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? According to records, 24 years old. Client says looks 17. Plausible? So again, we're confusing the ages, adding her reincarnated selves' ages to her age. 17 plus 7, Cheryl, who was 7 years old. And then if you want to add Alessa's age, another 7, which would make her 31. Lives in Portland till 12 years ago. Got wrapped up in a murder case. Harry shot suspect. Justifiable self-defense, so no punishment. Moved away immediately after. Started to use alias. Apparently no connection with the criminal. Just some occult freak. Slightly off from way back. Originally from Silent Hill. So you see how Douglas was led astray here. Was that sound in the game? Did you guys hear that bump? That very short little bump and crack? I've heard a couple of those this time that I'm not used to hearing. Yeah, that was in the game. That was in the game. You know, you get a couple of those big scenes where, you know, that room near the start of the game in the shopping mall where you hear it a lot, like the loud banging that sounds like it's your next door neighbors. And then there's the room in the building with Monica's dance studio. But in a couple of other areas, you just get that brief little bump. Doll head. There's a silver cup and a candlestick on the table. It looks like it has some meaning, but I really don't know what that is right now. The doll head. It'd be cute enough on a normal doll, but just a head? Downright creepy. And it looks kind of like an apple, doesn't it? Snow White, Cinderella. This symbol usually looks unnatural and weird. But here, it sort of seems to fit. It still makes me feel creepy, though, like someone peeking into my brain. Alright. Pew with the 71 months. Thank you very much. Dog, I'm in London. Let's get a beer. I'm way too much of a recluse for that kind of behavior, Pew. Are you drinking, Pew? No, that isn't really true. I'm just kind of weird about, like, meeting viewers and, you know, going out for beers with people. I've never done it before, so I'm kind of, like, just... I'd be anxious about it. I don't know. It'd be weird. I probably should, though. You know, I'd probably have fun. uh, let's see here. Yeah, now we can go and look at Dad's notebook. This is when I usually do this. So this is what Douglas gave Heather before they drove to Silent Hill. And this is where she learned the truth of what happened in Silent Hill 17 years ago, the day of her birth. I hope this will never come to any use. Maybe it's better if you never know. More than anything else, I fear the possibility of your going away far from me. But sometimes we have to tell the truth. That's why I'm writing this, before I'm lost in death and oblivion. What happened back then? That has something to do with who you are. It all started 24 years ago. Coming back from a vacation, my wife and I found a baby on the side of the highway. Since we were childless, we thanked God for letting us meet this child, this girl. We took her home. 3 years later, my wife died, and another 4 years later, 17 years ago, I came to Silent Hill. I heard the girl's pleas and took her with me, not knowing why she wanted us to go there. It's interesting that they turn Harry into a religious character here. You really get no sense of that in Silent Hill 1. I mean, you really don't learn much about Harry at all. He's mainly just a player insert for the most part. He's this dad who cares for his child who got lost and he wants to find her. And he is confused by everything that happens to him. And doesn't really know what's going on and just kind of struggles to comprehend everything that's happening as he goes through the game, much like the player does. But yeah, here we get to see a bit more character added to him. And it was there that the girl went away. Not that she actually went anywhere, nor did she die. Returned to her original self. That's what Dahlia Gillespie said. Yeah, so when they returned to town with Cheryl, Cheryl disappeared and reunited with her original self. And then the whole town went to shit because Alessa had her full power back. And yeah, she her mind exploded basically onto the town. Original self. That was the young woman burned by her mother as a sacrifice to God, Alessa Gillespie. Half her soul escaped in those flames and went on to live in a baby, in that girl of mine, of ours. 7 years passed before that half a girl returned to Silent Hill and made Alessa whole again. Newly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. God, a fetus nestled into this sacrificial girl's womb, was summoned with the usual rites. This was Alessa's wish, no matter what the outcome, even if her own existence were at stake. But that wish was not granted. My interruption meant she prayed instead for the girl's return. I alone couldn't bring her back. Dahlia did it. I only helped at the birthing ceremony to bring God out of Alessa. The newly born God wailed once and was dead. All from that girl's and probably Alessa's conscious resistance. That's not the end. After God had vanished in a glow of light, Alessa reappeared and gave me a baby. She looked a lot like that girl so long ago. And then Alessa was gone, dead. There was nothing I could have done to help. I simply clutched the baby to my chest and ran off. The whole thing felt like a dream, but I had proof that it wasn't. The girl was nowhere to be found, and in my arms, the baby. Now 17 years have passed. It feels like only yesterday, and again it feels like a million years ago. I confess I had reservations at first about raising that baby. Could I love her? Her existence was thoroughly unexplainable. I thought she could be that young woman who snatched away my beloved daughter. That led to sadness, anger. There were times when I put my hands around her tiny little throat. Several times I even considered abandoning her. That's what a terrible person I am. but I decided to raise her after all. I just couldn't seem to let her go. When you look at me, you laugh, so even now, I can't forget about that girl. But I love you. I have no doubts about that. That's all I ask you to believe. To my precious daughter, Harry Mason. There's one part of this that I want to look back through. "17 years ago, I came to Silent Hill. I heard the girl's pleas and took her with me, not knowing why she wanted us to go there. Cheryl pleading with him to go back to Silent Hill. And it was there that the girl went away, returned to her original self. Half her soul escaped in those flames and went on to live in a baby. In that girl of mine. Newly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. God, a fetus, nestled into the sacrificial girl's womb, was summoned with the usual rites. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see. We're almost at the end here. Damn, man. What a pretty game. These colors. How did they do it? How did this team do it? How did they pull off this wizardry? Again, there's the same figures here in these caged up glass boxes. The same figures from Silent Hill 1, I think, in the ceremonial robes. Based on Valtiel. They kind of look similar anyway. I think it's the same. They kind of look smaller though, like kind of like childlike versions of them. There's photos on the ground. What is this? What is this? What's going on here? So we have the shadow of the shoe next to one of them and the other one holding the apple. Not really anything to figure out here. Snow White and Cinderella. It's a Cinderella doll. Love the little dwarves next to her. The scary red part? Yes, I am past the scary red part. Alan Wake 2. Oh, hey, Raven, how's it going, man? I still haven't played Alan Wake 1. So, yeah, I was thinking about doing Alan Wake sometime this month. I'm not sure if I'll get to that now. I didn't really get to do much horror this month, so maybe I'll do a spooky November as well. Maybe we can do a horror month for November too, where we try and fit in some new games, stuff that I haven't played before. Hey, what's up, Owl Brother, as well? I'm just catching up with chat here because I think I've missed some stuff. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, there's There are a few games that I want to do. Alan Wake, Parasite Eve 2, which I've never played. Dino Crisis 2, I've never played any of the Dino Crisis sequels. Maybe some other indie horrors and stuff like that. Wouldn't mind replaying the original Amnesia. I've only played that once and I haven't played it in years. That recently released Amnesia Bunker as well. I wouldn't mind trying that out. This is the dragon that guards the treasure chests. It's just a prop and not scary at all. Damn. Owned. There's no knob and no handle on the door. The door is shut tight and won't budge no matter how hard I push. Visage? Maybe at some point, yeah. Alien Isolation? Yeah, that's definitely on the list of things to go back to. Oh! Fuck it, I'm taking out the shotgun. I want to clear out this area. Jesus Christ. Let go of me! Oh, these horrific sounds. Let's kill this fucking pendulum quick. Oh! He's still alive. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, the reason I did this is so we can look at this next note here in peace, which is an easy one to miss. Right here. Look what we have. Dolly is the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon. That she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought, that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come of this. But I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination, or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. There's a date and a signature at the end. It's dated some 17 years earlier and signed by Harry. Dad? So, this is one of the coolest little details in Silent Hill 3. These are your save points in Silent Hill 1. And when you save the game for the first time at a notepad in Silent Hill 1, Harry says, I'm going to write down my experiences, and then maybe someday someone will read these notes and it will help them. Something along those lines. You know, he comments on how he's going to write down what he's experienced so far every time he saves. And now we get to read what he was saying when he saved the game. Because in Silent Hill 1, we never get to read what Harry is writing. You just save the game when you interact with the notepad. But canonically, Harry is supposed to be writing down his thoughts. We just never get to read them. But now we get to read them. It's really cool. And yeah, at this point in the game, at the amusement park, like remember before the amusement park, you get that scene in the boathouse where Dahlia is telling you the demon taking that child's form. But yeah, really cool just how they bring back the Silent Hill 1 save point as a lore item. Get to hear what his thoughts were when looking at the portrait of Alessa in the basement. Alright, let's keep on going. I think this is where I'm supposed to go next. Exactly, Chris. Yeah, that's what I was explaining. Those are your save points. Harry is supposed to be a writer as well. That's his profession. So I guess it makes sense that you're saving at a notepad. These bodies again. Happy carousel. Enter. Don't they mean unhappy carousel? This horse is alive. Well, alive may not be the word for it. It's no ordinary carousel horse. It's not made of wood or plastic. I don't know, but it's just kind of strange, that's all. And it's breathing out poisonous gas. Lovely. This one isn't moving. This horse is the only one not moving. Is it because it was stabbed in the head? Yeah, you can see a big nail in its head. A big nail through the piece of paper here, too. There's a memo pinned to the horse's side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed. You will be saved by the 12th death. So quickly kill all these fucking horses before it turns around 13 times or some shit. We might be pushing it, actually. We need to do this quickly. Take out the mall. We still need to save our ammo, though. One of the most absurd things you have to do in these games. It looks like the horses are trapped in there. It's like they want to break out, but they can't. Oh my god, how much health do you have? Oh my god. I forget what the death animation is here. I think the whole area just fills up with the poisonous smoke. Those horns ripping through their backs are kind of disturbing. I wonder what speedrunners do here. One more left. I think we're good. I love how this one looks. Mangled. The tongue sticking out. The design of this place now is so sick. I love how we're constantly just descending as well. How we're moving downwards. All the horses covered up in sheets. Curtains, draped curtains. Such a weird design. Oof! And I guess some kind of burning Alessa figure at the center here. I'm gonna try and use my katana as much as I can. Ah, fuck. My light button is the same as my guard button. Come on, you bitch. Nice AI. Nice. Ah! As long as we stay close, she will melee us. No! Oh, I blocked it. Okay, cover. Nice. Oh. Ah, there's a pretty big tell for this one. Oh yeah, look how you can see their little noses poking out. Knew that was too early. Look at the little mouth on that guy. Final phase. Fuck off. Oh! Fuck you. Ah! I'm taking too many hits. Jesus Christ. Using all my health items in this one fight. Oh, I'm so slow. Huh, maybe I don't even need to block them. Maybe I can just walk back. Die! Jesus. That final phase was rough. Oh my god. We've come to a stop. We've reached the bottom floor. Oh yeah, I love this as well, how the curtains close in the middle of the thing here. The show is over. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child, that demon. When I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. Alessa, I guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that since you are me. But you know what? You and I don't think alike, after all. And it's not that I don't remember that sick room either. So now, after defeating the memory of Alessa, Heather gets her full memories of Alessa back. It's like she integrates that part of herself into her now. Fully integrating the Alessa side. Okay. Once again, stepping through into the womb. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal us these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. I give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise, O Lord. We will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. I love this mysterious little area here. What is this place? We don't go through there. There's something written on the door. This door is the gate which leads to the road to paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours. How did you get here?
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
Look at this
I
gullible
don't need
clown.
another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
God is growing within you. You despise me, don't you?
You're damned right I do!
That's good.
All right. Here we are. The church. Absolutely stunning. The visuals here. Some of the shots in that scene. Look at this 2003 video game. I'm not totally sure it's just Heather tricking her since she remembers now. Yeah, well, like right before this, she does fully regain that part of herself. She she fully assimilates her old self as Alessa. Or, you know, she regains all those memories of Alessa, however you want to describe it. But it's still, I don't know, I still feel like she's just playing a role there, not like she is really just, you know. Because the way she comes out of it as well. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that is, maybe she is actually supposed to be speaking as Alessa. Because I guess it makes sense. What she says would be what Alessa thinks. Yeah, I don't know. I got the feeling it was Heather the whole time being Heather. Yeah, I mean, like she has no reason to really start speaking differently and putting on this voice, you know? She has all these, you know, she has all these memories and everything in oneself, you know? She doesn't need to switch personalities to become Alessa, you know? She is all of these people as one. Heather is Alessa, Cheryl, and Heather, all as one. She doesn't need to switch voice to become Alessa or to become Cheryl. So yeah, it does feel like she's just kind of putting on a performance. I don't know. Or maybe she just kind of wants to speak as, maybe she just wants to speak as Alessa in that moment to Claudia. Speak as if she was just her. I don't know. I'm playing on PC. This is the PC version. I got the Eye of Night tarot card. Somehow I remember this stained glass. It shows God and the man and woman who birthed her. I used to come to this chapel all the time when I was a little girl. I came to worship God and to ask for my prayers to be answered. But it wasn't exactly me. It was actually Alessa when she was a little girl. But anyway, none of my prayers were ever answered. Although I don't think Heather believes herself to really be these other people as well. Like, I think even later on she'll say, you know, I might have these memories, but we're still different. All right, let's take a look at all the paintings. We start over here, though. Such a gorgeous looking area, man. The light, colors. No, I'm gonna play Silent Hill 2 on Halloween night. Silent Hill 3 is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, and Silent Hill 2 is its own thing. Number 1, Origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached, and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. So now we get to see the cult's creation myth. Number 2, birth. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy, feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth. God was born from those two people. So kind of like a different sort of take on Adam and Eve here. The man and the woman with the serpent. God being born from these two people. Starting off with this worship of the sun. That other memo we read earlier spoke about that as well. The Lost Memories one. Offering prayers. Drench the altar. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. This was the more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religions practiced nearby. It may have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and cultish history. So they offer the serpent and the reed up to the sun, feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth. God was born from these two people. The God born from the sun. Here she is. Again, that yellow glow in the background, that fiery glow. Salvation, number 3. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy. And God took endless time away from the people. Number 4, creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The red god, Zushil Bara. The yellow god, Lobsel Vith. Many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. Zushil Bara is referenced in the Silent Hill 2 Born from a Wish sub-scenario as well, except it's referred to as Zushil Paba. Maybe it's supposed to be a completely different entity, or maybe that was just the initial spelling that they had for this being. I'm not sure. Number 5, promise. But there, God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event, Yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. And finally, that shape on the ground kind of looks familiar, doesn't it? We walked through a similar looking shape to get here after that fight with the memory of Alessa. We've seen many caged up beings over the course of the game inside such things too, with that similar oval-like shape. And we'll see something almost identical to this in the final area of the game. 6. Faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait in hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. And find a girl who can be a sacrifice, who we can burn and keep in a state of agony for 7 years while we perform a ceremony to birth the god out of her. That should be number 8, right? Or that should be number 9. Where's number 9? We got frustrated with all the praying. God never appeared after we prayed. So we took some different measures. Again, the figures from the creation myth, the man and the woman. The man holding up the serpent there on the left, the woman with the reeds, and then God in the center, with the sun above her, shining down. It's a cool image. I like the curtains around her head as well, the curtains obscuring her eyes. No, I don't think either of them are supposed to be Valtiel. There's nothing I can do with the organ. I don't know how to play anyway. Part of me always wondered if, like, Lobsel Vith was supposed to be Valtiel, one of the beings referenced here. The yellow god. But I don't think Valtiel is supposed to be a god, really. More, an attendant to God. God's valet. I love this. The map. The child's drawing. The church map. These are the cult's scriptures. They don't look worth reading. Look at the big Irish head on that priest there. Big, massive Irish head on him.
Dear God, please forgive me.
I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to my death gladly, and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
I forgot that she had that line too, calling herself a child. Just thinking of Leonard earlier as well with his very childlike drawings. Heather's the only adult around here. All these zealots are big babies. What will you do? Say I forgive you? Don't say anything. Fuck this bitch, man. I really don't want to say forgive you. Yeah, go on.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Lord.
Okay, you better fucking feel bad about that though, okay? You better go home and still feel bad about it. Don't be going out partying now and thinking all your sins have been forgiven, you know? I'm gonna remember this. Who can this be? Ah, it doesn't matter. I always forget if you what if you're going for the possession ending, what do you want to say here? Do you want to forgive or not forgive? You forgive. Forgiving adds to the possession ending. That's interesting. Yeah. Feels like it's the developer saying this is the wrong answer. Forgiving her leads you down a darker path. It's Heather accepting her role as the god in this conversation, yeah. But the door is shut tight and I can't open it no matter how hard I try. There's someone on the other side. Yeah, it seems like someone, again, kind of tying into the revenge theme. Heather can kind of relate to what she's saying in a way. Someone murdered her daughter. She took revenge, killed the person that murdered her daughter. Now she's seeking forgiveness. Hello there. That is an interesting looking room. Look how green this is. Oh, this guy's covered in green too. What a strange room. Nothing in here. That looks kind of unusual. What am I supposed to be looking at here? It kind of looks like branches. Like tree branches. A bone, yeah. I don't know. For some reason, I don't remember ever being, I don't remember this grabbing my attention before in other playthroughs. That kind of looks like an angel on the left as well. Look at that wing. Look at that wing and the arm. Love this camera angle. Cassette tape. There are a bunch of papers in this file. I get the feeling that it's a handwritten copy of some book. Represents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. In heraldry, symbolizes a religious group. The two outer circles are charity and resurrection. The three inner circles are present, past, and future. Usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or other colors, but blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God, and is therefore forbidden. I always found this interesting because above the door, before you fight the first boss in the game, you can see the Halo of the Sun drawn in blue. You could maybe interpret it as green, but it's kind of like a bluish, greeny kind of thing, and it's the only time in the game you ever see it drawn in another color, and it's easy to miss. There's no useful information here as far as I can tell. First time on Silent Hill here. It's very cool that nothing is skipped. Oh, hey, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. pretty this game is. Look at these walls. Look at this light. Look at that wood. Look at those floorboards. Go, 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 go. So we hear this whimpering, what seems like a ghost with these bloody footprints. And we keep hearing the whimpering until it reaches this painting here, and then it stops. Another image of God here with this red thing draped around it like we've been seeing in all the other paintings. There's a picture here of an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. So not an image of God, just a measly angel. Nothing special. I get the feeling there's something behind this picture though. That girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond it after all. Will you move the picture of the angel? Let's take another look around first. Actually, now it looks more like a fallen angel. That's cool. Slightly different description when you move it, when you topple it over. It was standing up, now it's fallen. This game looks great on PS2 as well. The frame rate isn't as good. Saint Jennifer, unwavering faith under death's blade. In Silent Hill 2, when we get to Rosewater Park, we'll find a statue belonging to a Jennifer, which I think is supposed to be this same Jennifer. Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby, and I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago, and the me here and now that sought life. Love the fire in the image as well. Saint Nicholas, miraculous hands, a doctor of God. Again, making me think of Valtiel, like I was gonna say dog, God's assistant, God's doctor. He's kind of presented like that throughout the game, I think, holding the miraculous hands as well, That first one of those first images we see of Valtiel is holding the hands of the child, of the baby doll. And then attending to it while it's in the hospital chair, and yeah, the way he's associated with the hospital imagery, and seeing that image of the doll in the wheelchair next to the image of Valtiel holding hands with the baby which symbolizes God. Huh. The circle means reincarnation. That's what it said on that paper back there. So death isn't the end. Pretty good deal, if you ask me. Thanks to reincarnation, I died as Alessa, but I'm still living as myself. But you know, just the thought of it is starting to turn my stomach. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with this Saint Nicholas. If he's it feels like there's some connection to Valtiel at the very least. Maybe Valtiel stems from this figure, you know, in the way that Pyramid Head is a manifestation of the old executioners. I don't know. Here he is. Being creepy. Crawling through little tunnels in the environment here. What are you doing there, Valtiel? This isn't normal behavior. How are you helping with the birth of the god by crawling around in tunnels? This isn't going to help anyone. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is all just part of the strat. This covered with a sheet? Nope, I won't even peek. Oh god. I like how Heather has to draw the map herself once you enter this second part. You can see that the writing on the map changes when she has to draw her own little map. And we've reached some kind of library here. Silent Hill's Ancient Gods. A study of their etymology and evolution. What a mouthful. There is no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded. This one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representatives of these primal gods may be given the names and descriptions of Christian angels. Thus, shared characteristics begin to appear. There is also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise, or Lord of Serpents and Reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. The Lord of Serpents and Reeds. I forgot about that because, of course, those were the two items offered up to the sun in their creation myth. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. That's what we were talking about before with relation to this next scene. One person seeing something as a monster while the other person may see it as an angel. Regarding Vincent's dialogue coming up next. These books look like real mind benders. Think I'll leave them alone for now. There's a book on tarot here. Tarot is based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbers 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. Claudia. According to some texts, the Gardner deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardner deck does not exist today. It is mentioned only in the literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denote an otherworldly transcendental existence, i.e., God. The Moon tarot card.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Huh. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no.
Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the Seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
What a banger. I always love the end of that scene, how it almost feels like Vincent is waiting for the drum beat to kick back in before he hands her the book. I just love that long pause when he stands there. And then it's timed so perfectly with the music. You know, he hands it to her right as the beat comes in. It's really cool. It's like the scene is playing to the tempo of the music. Like the music is leading the scene. I got the book, Otherworld Laws. So there we get the classic scene with Vincent. I love how quick he is to respond to Heather when and Vincent says, it's not uncommon for people to believe in the same God and still disagree. Heather responds, "Are you sure you don't mean demon or devil?" He's like, "Whichever you like." He doesn't take offense to that at all. Just like, yeah, whatever. Demon, God, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Claudia would be outraged at this profanity, at this sacrilege. Oh, yeah, whatever you like. I fear her and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. Let's take a look at this book. Lots of juicy lore in this library. Otherworld Laws. A big old book I got from Vincent in the archives. This magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Viren 7 crest, or the Seal of Metraton. It will bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength, therefore, places a very high burden on the caster. As it is also difficult to control, it is not usually used. This bullshit Seal of Metatron that does nothing. This is all just nonsense. This is why it bears the name Metraton, after the angel Metatron, or Metraton, also known as the Agent of God. Nobody has ever seen this Seal of Metatron used properly. This is all just hearsay. We never see it get used in Silent Hill 1. Alessa never gets to plank the entire thing. And when we show it to Claudia later on, she calls this a piece of junk. Completely useless. It has an odd design inscribed on it. I got it after I defeated Leonard. I really like the idea of these characters like obsessing over this seal when it, because it's based on all this scripture that they've read, and in the end, it's just completely useless. Vincent's whole plan revolves around this talisman. He uses Heather, gets her to go to the hospital, go on this wild goose chase to find Leonard and get the seal, and she does get the seal. That's why he panics when Heather doesn't respond initially because she doesn't know if she has the seal or not. She doesn't realize that this is the same seal that Vincent was talking about. But then he breathes easy when he realizes we still have this thing. Because this is the key. This is the key to stopping Claudia, apparently, and stopping this god from being born. Tome of the Seer. Sounds like an occult book. You find this in Silent Hill 2 as well. I don't need this now. It's not my taste anyway. We don't get to read it in Silent Hill 2 either. But it sounds cool. I want to read what's inside Tome of the Seer. There's a blank sheet of paper here. Or there's a sheet of paper here, but it's blank. I'm getting tired. I don't know, maybe the Seal of Metatron is legit. Maybe. Maybe it just needs the right person. These books look like real mind benders. Of course, the image in this one as well. The incubus from Silent Hill 1. The god. The form that the god takes in its premature state. With his big Baphomet-looking head. And on the bottom left, this kind of looks more like the god we fight at the end of Silent Hill 3, with a similar face, which is actually heavily based off Mary's character model. Masahiro Ito had no time to design the final boss for this game, so he threw it together with, you know, models that they already had created, and that's why the face is Mary's face, essentially, from Silent Hill 2. I think they said as well that, you know how when we come back to Silent Hill in this game, how it's just that small little patch from Silent Hill 2? I think originally the town, we were going to come back to like a different part of the town, something that felt new and fresh. Or maybe like a redone version of the Silent Hill 1 town, or parts of the Silent Hill 1 town, of old Silent Hill, as it's called. But yeah, they had some time constraints. They weren't able to get everything that they wanted to do. I still really like the design of the final boss in this, though. Like, gameplay-wise, it isn't great, but Silent Hill bosses are never really great. But I really like how it looks. It's a real monstrosity of a thing. Whoop! Yeah, it's basically just Baphomet, the Silent Hill 1 boss. But the official name for it is, in Silent Hill, is Incubus. And Alessa is the incubator. That's the name given to that final holy version of Alessa that the god comes out of. I always found that kind of disturbing, you know? This holy woman being referred to as the incubator. Just like this tool. Crazy environments. Silent Hill 3 started as an on-rails shooter. Yeah, originally it was planned to be something very different. That's kind of funny. But makes sense in a way that Konami would want to steer it in that direction. They didn't get the sales they wanted with Silent Hill 2. That's a big part of why Silent Hill 3 went back to the first game. Silent Hill 2 was too much of a, too different, too scary a departure from the original story. Whole different tone, vibe, storyline. No, 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 no. Go back. We need to be safe again. Make a direct sequel to the first game. Originally, they wanted to go again with if the developers got what they wanted with Silent Hill 3, it would have been again a whole other game separate with a separate story from Silent Hill 1. But they still did a really good job with this game, even if it wasn't exactly what they wanted to do. The door's open. Inside, there's someone wrapped in a bag. Yeah, with Silent Hill 4, they got to be a bit wilder and more experimental. Silent Hill 4 probably didn't have the budget that 3 had. I mean, just look at the game. Silent Hill 3 looks so much better than 4. You know, it looks like you can tell that it was that more money was pumped into it. It feels that way anyway. In every respect, like the way the game looks, the quality of the... Well, I guess Silent Hill 4 still has some pretty damn good looking character models, but yeah. 3 feels like the more polished game. And 4 was made alongside 3 as well, remember? They were both made side by side. I got the Hanged Man tarot card. A corpse wrapped in some vinyl type bag. This crazy mixed up world has got me used to the strangest things. Easy for me to say, they're still totally disgusting. I feel like I'm going to go crazy myself sooner or later. I might even already be crazy, who knows? The Jade Cocoon games, I have not. How do I feel about Harry being killed off screen? I'm fine with Harry being killed off screen, yeah. I'm cool with that. I don't know. I don't really have anything to say about that subject. I don't know. I'm just okay with it. I don't know. One wall is covered with what looks like lockers. Inside, no, never mind. With this rotting stench throughout the place, anyone can guess what's inside. I'll just want to puke if I take a look. But yeah, I mean, obviously Harry's death is supposed to be surprising for the character that you're playing as. You know, it just makes sense with regards to the story that Heather is... that you're taken by surprise, you know? You're put in Heather's shoes. She's coming home. At last, she's found her way home, and things are just going from worse to worse. Now that she's found her father murdered. Whoa, it's very quiet here. There was sound here before. I feel like there should be sound here. I wonder, is that a bug? Yeah, I think the game fucked up because this is not loading. Hold on, chat. Okay, cool. At least it didn't fucking crash my PC or anything. We're gonna have to painfully go through the options menu, which takes like 2 minutes. Can you guys see the chat? Or sorry, can you guys see the game? I'm very tired. You can see the game? Okay, okay, cool, cool. It's okay, it'll only take us a couple of minutes to get back to where we were. It'll take longer going into these options and restoring the resolution than it will getting back to where we were, I bet, from our last save. I'm playing a cracked version of Silent Hill 3. And the options menu is fucked. It takes like 2 minutes to load. My balls. Your balls. I'm allowed to steal the game because I've bought it several times. And Konami can go fuck themselves. That's also why I'm allowed to get a cracked version of the game. There we go. My balls. Now we just have to wait again. I am very hungry and thirsty, but that's okay. The game will be over soon and I'll get to eat. My balls, your balls, my balls. What was I gonna say? I forget. But yeah, maybe if the Silent Hill 3 HD version wasn't a catastrophic mess and one of the worst releases of a video game ever, I'd play that, you know? If Konami were actually capable of re-releasing a good version of this game, I would happily play that. I'd love I would love to play a proper remaster of this game. Where can I buy it? Can I get this game on Steam? Another proper new version of it? Why am I going to new game? Load. Okay, so we're gonna have to go back to the library. We can just skip the scenes. Skip the scenes, grab the tarot card. We don't really need to read the lore, but let's just do it anyway. The game might get mad with us if we don't. Read the tarot book. My balls. Your balls. Oh, you bitch. Okay, please don't crash again, game. Let's go in here first this time. Nice, nice. And now, this is kind of nowhere-esque. Silent Hill 1 style. We're suddenly back in Harry's place. We're suddenly back home. God, man, they do such an incredible job with the oranges in this game. The orange colors, the orange hues, they look so good. How did they do it? There's a musty diary on the bed. This writing, is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I sometimes have the sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. So I think the intention here is that that line is referring to Harry's wife. That these are Cheryl's memories of Cheryl's mother, Harry's wife, who died. But part of me also wonders if it is maybe a reference to Dahlia before Dahlia went insane, before Dahlia went crazy. But I don't think that's what they're referring to. Just because it's, you know, the diary is revolving more around her experience as Cheryl with Harry, I guess. I guess I just like the idea of Alessa having like nice moments with Dahlia. Like we only ever get to see a one-dimensional version of Dahlia in Silent Hill 1. She's just this completely insane evil woman. But, you know, maybe years before the game takes place, she wasn't so bad, you know? Before she became, like, we don't really know much about her. When did she get deeply involved with the cult? I guess the only thing that would make you sympathetic towards her again is that she has that very similar outlook to Claudia. You know, that she really, it seems like Dahlia really does believe she is saving the world. Like, you know, like Claudia believes. And she was probably manipulated into believing all that, similarly to Claudia. Well, I guess we just don't really know anything about Dahlia's history like we do with Claudia. You can empathize with Claudia because of the abuse she suffered at the hands of her father and, you know, indoctrinated into the cult at such an early age. And later on, we'll see, you know, we'll get to read what she said about these, you know, she started reading all these books on starving refugees and all these horrors going on in the world. And after reading all these books about the horrors of the world, she thought, you know, this needs to be, we need to do something about this. We need to bring about God to save this unholy world. Yeah, there's some notes later on that really do allow you to empathize with Claudia. You know, you could just see the You can see how her beliefs were formed. One thing I like about Claudia as well is later on we learn that she, you know, she admits that she doesn't believe she is beyond, she doesn't feel, she feels as if she is beyond redemption. That's one thing I like about Claudia, you know? She's not like, oh, I will be saved. You know, she doesn't believe she'll be forgiven. She doesn't think she has a place in paradise. She thinks she's gone too far with what she has done. But she thinks it still must be done. You know, she still cares that much about the rest of humanity that she's willing to sacrifice herself. All the bookshelf and books are all the same as Dad's. I guess you also see how Claudia grew up friends with Alessa, you know, that they both grew up in the cult together. They were friends as kids, reading the same books. Nothing happens when I try to turn on the TV or the VCR. But yeah, Claudia to me just feels like a more fleshed out version of Dahlia, you know? What if Dahlia was more than a one-dimensional character and you got to see how she really became the way she became? And not just this cackling, evil woman. Hello there. Dog really added all the cum emotes Pew shared. I didn't add all of them. There were a couple of them that were just horrendous. So no, I still have standards. Hold on a second here. Just catching up with the chat. Hold up. Firelord, thank you very much for the $5. Thanks for today, dog. Hey, my pleasure, man. A big old Silent Hill 3 stream. We've been going for close to 12 hours now. It's been fun. A little bit exhausting at times, but pretty fun. It's not like MGS where I get cutscene breaks every few minutes. With Silent Hill, it's pretty constant. It's a bit more tiring. You're constantly playing, constantly reading as well. And constantly rambling. So. Nothing there. I love the design of just the crazy design of this place. Whoa! Go, 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 go. Out in the void here. Hello, Valtiel. Having fun with the nurse over there, I see. He really doesn't like these nurses. He's always banging their knees against the floor and doing things that can't really be too comfortable for these nurses. Is this him saying, like, you know, no, I am the fucking attendant to this god. You don't know how to take care of this god. Is that what he's doing here? Is that what he's saying? Leave it to me. I'm giving them orders. We'll check that out in a second. First, we're going to go up here. Another iconic image. The first image you see from the opening cinematic. Valtiel again, turning the valve. The two girls here, one taller than the other. One representing Cheryl, another representing Alessa. I guess 7-year-old Alessa and 14-year-old, or rather 7-year-old Cheryl and 14-year-old Alessa. It looks like he's really struggling to turn the valve here. I don't think he looks like he's struggling that much when you see him turning the valve in the hospital. Doesn't feel as strained, I don't think. He's look at that weird sheet of paper right above him again. They really love those sheets of paper in this game, these squares. Is that scripture? Is that his? Is that the instruction manual? Maybe that's the instruction manual he has in front of him there. The two bodies and the two beds here as well. One empty, one full. Step 1, turn wheel. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, birth God. What does it mean? Well, it's just, again, another like abstract kind of image symbolizing the birth of this god, I think. The reincarnation. The valve symbolizes reincarnation. But it's also interesting that you often see valves at those otherworld shifts as well, you know, when you're shifting to another reality. But another thing is interesting as well about Valtiel. We haven't actually seen the scene any time in this playthrough. But sometimes when you die, before you see the game over screen, you'll see Valtiel drag your body away. And I think the idea there is that Valtiel is bringing you back to life. They're kind of getting meta with the save point idea and tying that into the idea of reincarnation, where you die in the game as a player, reload the save to be reborn or to reincarnate. And Valtiel is the one responsible. He's the one allowing you to load the game, to get back into the game. He's reviving you. So maybe the valve idea is to tie into that as well. But yeah, he is just this... He is attending to all of the gods' rebirths and reincarnations. Assisting with the birth of this new god. And making sure Heather gets to the finish line to give birth to this god. Either that or just for the god to be taken out of your body. Yeah, I think the developers have commented on him like actually bringing you back to life. That it's not just him bringing your dead body someplace so he can take the god out of you. I think the idea is that he is actually bringing you back to life. Let me see if they comment on it in the Book of Lost Memories. I think they might do. Let me see here. I still have this page up. The monster page derived from valet, which we were talking about before. Yeah, as the god's attendant, Valtiel observes Heather in order to ensure the birth of the god. There's more like developer commentary here as well, though. Hold on, let's see. Valtiel, the magician. Watcher, messenger. Valtiel's intentions have little to do with Heather. His concern is primarily with the god that sleeps inside her. It can be thought that in order to restore the god to this world, every time Heather, Alessa, dies, he is the one responsible for resurrecting her many times over. Additionally, the valve handle that Valtiel turns with his left hand represents the idea that the god can be reborn any number of times, which can be thought of as having significance to the basis of the sect's doctrine. I guess tying into that idea of an infinite number of times is interesting, right? Because it's a valve that literally does turn infinitely, you know? You see him infinitely turn the valve. He's never going to stop. If Heather should die, Valtiel takes action to resurrect the Mother of God. In many places, Valtiel is seen turning the handle, which signifies the cycle of rebirth. Since the name Valtiel means attendant by way of the English word valet, his existence as an angel is derived from suffixing el. In short, he is the being that attends to and watches over the god, for the purpose of carrying out his duty of watching and protecting the mother until the time for the god to be born. He does not harm Heather. Showing some early concept art of Valtiel here as well, with him turning the handle. I think Valtiel with the handle was always like one of the original ideas with this character. We were talking before about the tie-ins with Pyramid Head, what Ito wanted to achieve. For those of you that weren't here earlier, I guess I'll just say this again. Comment on this quote from Ito. Here's a direct quote from Ito. In Silent Hill 3, the connection to the first game is quite clear, but the point of contact with the second game isn't so obvious. I created Valtiel because I wanted to relate the works of the series through a creature. In the religion of Silent Hill, Valtiel exists as one who is close to the god, and Pyramid Head takes the shape of Valtiel. Or rather, in the religion of Silent Hill, Valtiel exists as one who is close to the god, and Pyramid Head takes the shape of Valtiel's reason for existence. That is to say, the Pyramid Head character was born from the townspeople's idolatrous ideologies. In the first game, the ceremonial robes were an homage to Valtiel. The robes that those figures you see wearing in Silent Hill 1, you know, those figures that you see plastered all over the walls in Silent Hill 1 and Midwich, etc. Yeah, those are, those robes are in homage to Valtiel. I guess that's also the same robe you see in the hospital earlier, you know, in the room beside the locked up, the caged monster. with the forceps stuck in it. It's probably supposed to be the same kind of garb. Okay, let's keep going. Interesting stuff. Oh shit! Yes, we're back. Whenever I see these rooms, it always makes me wish that Silent Hill 1 was made on PS2. Although I still really like the PS1 style too. Maybe I should be glad that we got PS1 style Silent Hill and PS2 style Silent Hill by the same team. There's something stuck in the book. Valtiel dragging Heather scared the crap out of me the first time. Unexpected game behavior is the best horror move. Yeah, like you, he's a very ambiguous creature. And yeah, you can see him dragging you away long before you ever get to really see him in the game. You know, you do get to see him in the shopping mall area, but like only that brief flash in that cutscene. Then you don't really see him properly until the hospital. But if you die, you can see him early in the game, drag you off. You're like, what the hell is this guy? What the fuck is this thing? I just really like that he doesn't attack you, you know? He's just always hovering around. It was cool. I like that they just didn't do the pyramid head thing again, where they just create another unique kind of creature that stalks you around. It really makes him stand out as his own thing, you know, and not just Pyramid Head 2.0 or something that just feels like it's trying to recreate Pyramid Head. He really has his own unique identity. This book, I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time, I don't want to. Aglophytus. Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from a herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. It may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. Hold on 1 second. Looks like there's some kind of drug here, but there's just a name on the label. No description or anything. It's too risky. Never mind. Of these demonic growls in here. It's a picture of me when I was 7. I look bored and sad. Well, of course I do. I was always like that back then. I wish we could get another close-up look at the portrait, the photograph. God was in my womb, but I couldn't deliver her. Then I was shut up here in this hospital room. I stayed here until Dad helped me out when I was 14. God ate away at me from within, driving me mad with suffering. There I was, wishing I could just die and be done with it. But I went on living that nightmare for 7 years. Looking at this bed just reminds me of those awful days. I don't want to remember them, because I'm not Alessa anymore. But Alessa is still me. I'm really not trying to deny it or anything. I just don't want to remember. Get me out of here. There's a picture here, but it's not my style at all. So we read about the Aglophatus here, which Heather is holding in her pendant. A jewel inside, like a little red tablet. That same red liquid that you use in Silent Hill 1. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, just a lucky charm. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. I wonder why I feel sick inside when I look at it. Hello there. And now we're back in Alessa's bedroom. So cool revisiting these areas in this detail. And we get another key, a brass key. And a very childlike drawing of the Halo of the Sun. One that looks like something Alessa might have drawn as a kid. No, it wasn't me. Alessa wrote this a long time ago. That chapel altar. It wasn't that one beautiful chapel. It was some other altar somewhere else. Again, that photograph of her next to another picture of Dahlia, I guess. A younger Dahlia. The same pictures of butterflies. The scary monsters from Silent Hill 1, the dogs and the winged creatures. This picture down here, which is slightly different to how it looks in Silent Hill 1. It looks more like the closer enemy here with the big arms. And right next to a smaller figure. Some people interpret this as being like Dahlia, like a little Alessa, and her fear of adults or her fear of her mother. My clothes from when I was 7. They don't fit me now. Good thing, too. And here... This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover here is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. What's this doing here? What the fuck? What? This is not the hard riddle. This is not the hard mode riddle. This is the easy mode riddle. Because I don't recall ever seeing this before. I can't remember playing this game on easy riddle difficulty. So I don't even know if I've seen this before. So that's kind of cool in its own way. But unless I'm going crazy, I am almost certain this is not the hard mode riddle. So when we reloaded the game gave me maybe something happened with that crash. I don't know. That's cool. Anyway, we can... Yeah, look! And I'm on easy action level. Okay. Something fucked up happened to our save. Right, okay. I'll have to test this again with another save. Just, start a playthrough on normal hard, save and quit, and make sure when I reload it's okay. Maybe it's an issue with this cracked version of Silent Hill 3. Or maybe it's just some weird bug with the game that I haven't seen before. I don't know. That's kind of cool, though, because I haven't seen this version of the riddle in a long time. And it's just straightforward. Just shows you the pictures. The High Priestess at the bottom right. The eye in the middle. A memo book. Something is written inside. She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. But she's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something extremely dangerous, even sickening, or maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God I am not, but I fully intend to save her. No. Them. The last entry was written some 17 years ago. It looks like Dad wrote this too. Yeah, this is your final save point in Silent Hill 1. So now we get to see what Harry was writing and thinking before he went through the door to finish the game. All right, cool. Let's go back and get this done. I wonder how many hits the final boss is going to take now on easy. No, it had nothing to do with the options. You can't change the difficulty in the middle of a playthrough. It's the save file that just changed when I reloaded the game. Just a weird random... The game did this to itself. Whoa! Go, 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 go. And now the halls are burning and bleeding. If you come back here earlier, like midway through this section, you'll see that the walls here are just bleeding a little bit. And then eventually it becomes like this. But it starts off with just a mild bleeding, and then... Yeah, it gets like this at the very end. Oh, wow, look at that. Really looks like flames there. Cool. There he is again. Go, 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 go. No! Hey, and look where we are now, back in Midwich. Damn. The posters still lined up. Just like they were. This is a picture of a wolf. It looks like a dog, but it says wolf and everything, so... There's a ratty old notebook on the podium. Oops. And there's a letter stuck in here too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called a witch. Most likely her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. Her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best just to watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I'm considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you, my friend, for your opinion first. Kay Gordon. Remember back in Silent Hill 1, the Gordon key that we find? We go back through his house. It's never explicitly stated that he was Alessa's teacher in Silent Hill 1, but it's kind of implied given the focus that they put on him. Or her, I guess. Go home. Drop dead. Thief. This used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk once upon a time. Get out of my way. Oh. Just a big empty troll room. Turn around. What are these? Letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions? People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumors that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? LS. So yeah, here is where we actually see him being referred to as Father Vincent. So I guess he is some kind of priest for this religion too. So seems like a lot of people knew about Vincent using the money for his own benefit. Extorting donations from followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. I guess he's been useful to them. A businessman. Even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? Well, we found a cassette earlier. See what it says.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since, in the womb of the Holy Mother, until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well, now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
All right. So Vincent trying to learn more about what happened 17 years ago, kind of getting a sense that that was when he was trying to come up with a way to stop Claudia. You know, he's worried about what's going on. Claudia trying to get her hands on Alessa again to bring about this god. Kind of get the sense that this was Vincent in his early stages of trying to figure out what to do. And I guess he, you know, the woman tells him that you know, that these pagans tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent the birth of God. Of course, it was Alessa herself who was trying to do that. And maybe this is where he first finds out about the seal of Metatron, because he tries to do the same thing, essentially. So maybe that's what they're also trying to show us there, although he seems very dissatisfied by her response. You know, he's like, is that really all you have to tell me? I like this idea as well of like Claudia scaring all these other members, you know, that her, even when it comes to all of these other highly devoted worshippers, Claudia is in like another league. The High Priestess card, Claudia's card. There's an old birthday card on the desk, so she was still hanging on to this. Yeah, I think this is Claudia's room or some manifestation of it. To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact. But then why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her power to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She was supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. I found what I'd been searching for in there. How to awaken God. But it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? November 16th. I was free all day, so I read A Modern History of Refugees and Young Slaves, Child Exploitation. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. Poor Claudia, man. Yeah, so I get the sense that that was written in her, like, early teens, you know, as she was growing up, thinking about the Mother of God out there in the world, needing to see her, trying to make everything right. All right, let's keep going. Who was LS? No idea. I don't think we're even supposed to know. I don't think it's supposed to be a character that we've seen. Big boy with the 28 months. Thank you. Oh my god! Nice! I can cut across. I love how you can use the same Silent Hill 1 strat. Nice! You can actually use the same strat to avoid the enemies. Go! I think I know where I'm going. Woo! Oh, I thought the game froze again. Okay, do we have all the tarot cards? I think we should. So, let's try and deduce what all these are. The eye in the middle. The hanged man at the bottom left. The hanged baby. That really doesn't look like much of a man down there. There's like a little arcing thing around him as well. Are those birds flying up around the rope as well, too? The High Priestess on the bottom right. The moon up on the top right. The Fool on the top left. He doesn't look all that foolish, really, but I guess that's the Fool up there, just kind of bumbling along with his little dog. I like the little dog. He's adorable. And I don't even know what I'm looking at on the right-hand side. Another little dog is on the right-hand side. And down below the dog, it kind of looks like another Baphomet. Another incubus. Looks like a bunch of animals on the right-hand side. Hold on, let me just examine the cards. I want to see what Heather has to say about them. Just like her, the High Priestess. Yeah. They draw parallels between the Priestess card and Claudia a number of times. Hanged Man. This was in that morgue-ish place. It's such a pitiful card. The Moon. Found this in the archives. I don't think it's an especially good card. The Fool. Oh, shit. The image on the card is just like the image in the book. All right. So, yeah. And he, like, he even has a little dog beside him. This was in my old room, in a hospital room. What did this one mean again? The fool is represents Heather. Apparently, this is again something that they talk about in the Book of Lost Memories. But I guess the fact that you find it in her hospital room is supposed to imply that it's her, perhaps, and maybe Heather's confusion as to what it means, highlighting her as the fool that doesn't understand. Let me see if I can just find what it says about it in the Book of Lost Memories again. At least I think there's something in here. It's definitely here somewhere. I'm about to give up. Yeah, I give up. I know it's in there somewhere. The Eye of Night tarot card. Found this in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card, though? Love the detail on the cards. So the moon was up here, I think. The High Priestess was down here. The Eye was in the middle. The Hanged Man, I forget where the Hanged Man was. The Fool was up here. And the Hanged Man, I think, was down here. Yeah. Right, so the picture on the right-hand side is just irrelevant, I guess. Well, that's kind of cool. Just some random animals. Kind of looks like a sheep and a dog. And then a little Baphomet at the bottom, perhaps? I don't know. Little incubus at the bottom. Those animals are on... Can you see all those various animals on each of the cards? That thing at the bottom, I don't recall seeing that on any of the cards. Yeah, it's a lobster. It's a fucking lobster. It's not Baphomet. Yeah, look, you can see the waves as well. He's in the water there. Was there a lobster on one of the cards? All right, let's do it. We're at the end of the game. There's a huge fan here. I can't get through.
What do I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
Then you kill me? Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a god born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. I've been waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
Here we go. Let's swallow the Aglophatus. The red jewel inside the tablet, inside the pendant. The ultimate contraceptive.
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow?
What a sound. Twitching on the ground there. Stomp on it!
What is this?
Stomp on it, quick!
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Alessa, you
So perverse. I love it. All right. This room is kind of like a mirror of the first church area as well, if you stop and look at it. See, the same paintings are up on the wall over there. The creation myth paintings. Can't interact with them like before, though. If this truly is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste. Go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. And I guess this final painting, which you don't see in the first area of the church at the back of the wall here, is paradise. The goal, the end goal. I'm trying to make out the whole image. At least the top half looks like some kind of paradise. Is it like the paradise that's being built on top of the pain and suffering below? Are those like skulls and bodies and everything down below? Because this is a god born from pain and suffering. Alright, it's time to jump inside the womb one last time. Oh, is it actually a real painting, this one? Oh, wow, I had no idea. If this is a real painting, let me know what the painting is. I'd be very intrigued to see what it is. Alright, let's do it. What's the name of the painting? Does anyone know? Love this scene.
You can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
Here we go. This arena. Woo! So, remember, the game forced us into easy mode somehow when I reloaded my last save, so this probably isn't going to take too long. I don't know. I don't know how long, I don't know how many shots it takes on easy. I love how her head goes up into the mask like that. Whoa. Smack that head! Looks like she still has a lot of health on easy. Which isn't too surprising, really.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits. You're still alive.
Heather,
Oh! Just a joke.
you've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
There we go, everyone. God has been defeated again. Thanks for watching, fools. I hope you had a good time. It was a long stream. And now we get to enjoy the credits. If the credits load. They're loading. Is the music not loading? No! Okay, I'll give you my own version. She's gone! And my tears have overcome. I was looking alone. Hold on, I need to find the actual lyrics. Hold on. We've had some weird bugs in this playthrough. I think I need to get a different cracked version of this game. Silent Hill 3 ending. It's too fucking late for me to be singing this shit right now anyway. It's fucking 3 a.m. and my next door housemate really won't be too happy if he wakes up hearing this. God damn it. Can we skip the credits and then just move on to the glorious results screen? The typefaces included herein. Oh, nice. We get the results music at the very least. This glorious theme. Yeah, so it says here easy, but for 90% of the playthrough it was normal hard. Then my game crashed, and when I reloaded, it changed my difficulty settings. So I've no idea what was up with that. $149 items. $40 saves? Really? I guess so. I guess I was saving at pretty much every save point. The God kill time. There we go. Wait for it though. The best part of this theme hasn't kicked in yet. Here it comes. Any second now. It's coming. Oh. Oh. So good. Extra new game has been added to the start screen. Flamethrower, unlimited submachine gun, extra costumes. Do you wish to save play results and rankings? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to fight that final boss again at some point, just to see if the credits are really bugged. I'm not sure what the deal is. I'm gonna have to get myself another version of Silent Hill 3 once again, I think. But yeah, that was a fun playthrough. Sorry you didn't get the credits theme. And yeah, we've been live for 12 hours and 19 minutes. The time is always going to be way off in Silent Hill games because it doesn't count cutscenes for game time. It doesn't count loading times. It doesn't count times spent reading lore, looking at your map. So yeah, it was a lot longer than 7 hours and 42 minutes. There we go. There we go. I've been sick in bed all day and this was super comfy. Hey, my pleasure, Music Box. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. It was really fun going through this. It's always fun. Returning to Silent Hill every October. Usually I split Silent Hill 3 into 2 streams. Because it takes a bit of time to get through it. I usually like to do I usually like to mix it up with 2 streams. But I thought today, since I was able to get on a bit earlier, we'd just do it in one sitting. And next, I'll probably do Silent Hill 4, I would say, sometime in the next few days. And then we'll do Silent Hill 2 on the 31st. We'll be doing myself and DRK will very likely be doing a marathon for the Master Collection release on this channel. Big 5-day marathon. And then, yeah, after that, it'll be Halloween shortly after that. And then we'll do Silent Hill 2. I think that's what the plan is anyway. All right. We'll leave it there for now, for tonight. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for watching. It was a pleasure, as always. And I'll see you sometime soon. We don't have the fucking music on the main menu, do we, either? It didn't play here at all when we went back to it. There should be music here. There's no music on this fucking trailer cinematic either. All the music has died in the game, apart from the results screen. Oh man, I'm so happy the results screen didn't fuck up. Alright, anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here. I'll see you soon. I'll host up DRK because I think he's doing some big boss run shit at the moment. Cheers, everyone. I'll see you soon.